9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Bonjour, messieurs et mademoiselles. We are at AEW Redemption tonight from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Apologies for the lateness because I had to make sure my stomach was full. Was everything set, mentally prepared myself to be on this watch along with you all. And if you did not notice, it started at 7 p.m. tonight, not 8 o'clock, 7 p.m. tonight. And we are kicking it off with a 6-way ladder match to determine a new #1 contender for the AEW International Championship. They will face off against the winner between Kyle Fletcher and Bandido, which will happen later on tonight. We have Jack Perry, Speedball Mike Bailey, the Beast Mortos, Commander, Nick Wayne, and El Clone all facing off. Feel free to put it in the chat on who you guys got. Super chats are open, so we are open to that. Join in on the party because we are here for AEW Redemption. Because, like I said, AEW is not everyone's cup of tea. Do they need some issues for that? Yes. Do they need to work on the women's division? Yes. But they do have some stuff that's in the pipeline. And I will tell you this. If you spew out a lot of negative, not conservative criticism, but constantly negative on AEW, I will throw you out of this chat. But get ready, get set. Really happy to be with all of you. I hope everybody had the chance to watch the buy-in. I did miss when they honor the Rougeau family legacy for 40 years of being in the wrestling business. But I did see there was a trios match for the AEW trios title. My guy, Cassidy, with the rest of the conglomerations, Kyle O'Reilly and Roderick Strong. And I'm looking at this ladder match. This ladder match has been insane so far from what I heard. Look at El Clone and Commander. Oh my goodness. Well, it's one way to get the ladder match right out the way. It's one thing to do that. And I thought they were going to start with either this match or the AEW Tag Team Titles match. So I'm happy they kicked off with this match just to get it out the way. Also during the buy-in, if you did not see it, congratulations to the conglomeration. They retained the AEW Trios Championship against the Lethal Swirl. That was the only match of buy-in. So congratulations to Orange Cassidy, Roderick Strong, and Kyle O'Reilly. There are your trios champions. And apparently they got to deal with Ricochet and the Gates of Agony. So, yes. Oh, the Rougeau. Shout out to Boza, Aaron Teagle, Benjamin Lampin, 9187. This is your first pay-per-view. My night's good. So far, this ladder match is insane, and hopefully you get to hang out with us because this is AEW Redemption. We have so many matches. We're pretty much at the homestead because after this, it's all in Wembley Stadium. After this, we find out who is one step closer to championship aspirations. And in this ladder match, we got Jack Perry and Nick Wayne, where they had an interesting interaction last night on Collision. And I did watch Collision earlier today before all this because I had to take care of a few things, but it's been a busy weekend for me. Last night I was at NWA at 20. Ooh, code red, but the ladder did not break. Oh my God. Poor Nick Wayne and Jack Perry. Oh man. I'm happy they got this match out of the way first. I'm happy this to kick it off. But my pick, I did pick Speedball Mike Bailey, even though I want him to be TNT champion. But this could be a leg up for Speedball Mike Bailey. I'm more nervous on Speedball. I just hope he's used to wrestling in barefoot. I just don't want one of his little toes to be caught in. But I picked Speedball to win. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning this ladder match. Who's going to be the next #1 contender for the AEW International? And Speedball Mike Bailey's on the top rope. What's he going to do? He has a Beast Mortos laid out on the ladder. Oh my God. And that ladder did not break. And Speedball's legs are still intact. Oh my goodness, I'm looking at the chat. So shout out to Benjamin9187. Shout out to Lynette, to all of you guys in the chat as well. We will be talking a little bit more. And Speedball, he got it! So congratulations! Speedball Mike Bailey is your next number one contender for the AEW International Championship. And I mean, come on. Montreal, Quebec, Canada. It's such a nice, feel-good moment. He's in his home country. He's one step closer on getting championship singles gold. So congratulations to Speedball Mike Bailey. And that is true. So far, almost everybody hates the Don Callis family. I feel like almost everybody has a fight with the Don Callis family. You see the Montreal, Quebec flag with the colors and also AEW. But congratulations, Speedball Mike Bailey. He did it. So yay, congratulations to him. But we got a lot more action to go. I'm very nervous what's going to be the next match after this. Obviously, of course, we have the AEW Tag Team Championships. We have Edge and Christian taking on Claudio Castagnoli and Pac from the Death Riders. We have Jay White and Juice Robinson taking on David Finlay and Clark Connors in a double chain match. We're also going to have Andrade take on Mark Davis for the AEW National Championship. Yeah, the Don Callis family has a busy night. As I mentioned, we have Kyle Fletcher taking on Bandido for the AEW International Championship for the first time ever. We're also going to have Jon Moxley and Will Ospreay take on the Young Bucks. And I can't forget the ladies as well. Hikaru Shida taking on Maya World, the it girl of AEW for the TBS Championship. We're also going to have Willow Nightingale take on Thekla for the AEW Women's Championship. Will Willow Nightingale be the first woman from the women's division to be a Triple Crown champion? Also, with the fact, too, we also are going to have Kenny Omega take on Kevin Knight for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. And also up next, not a coincidence, we have Will Ospreay and Jon Moxley taking on the Young Bucks. Obviously, of course, this is very interesting with the fact the Young Bucks aligned with the Death Riders last year. So it's very interesting in a way. And I know, the Young Bucks, it's their friend, Kenny Omega, and everything else. But it's going to be very interesting on the road to All In. Obviously, of course, they want those tag team championships. Yay! But nothing against the Young Bucks. I just don't want them in the title picture. I just don't want them in the tag team title picture. But obviously, of course, if you're going to get tickets, you want to do All In, you got to include them against Edge and Christian, probably FTR, from Chatter, maybe the New Day. We shall see on that. But this is going to be the match up next. It's going to be a great match. And I'm going to pick Mox and Will Ospreay. I think it's going to help Will Ospreay with his momentum leading up to the AEW World title. And I am keeping my bold prediction because I am going to post my photos of my bold prediction. I said Jon Moxley's going to be kicked out of the Death Riders by the end of this year. And it's only a matter of time. If Will Ospreay's champion, he's going to have to be very, very careful. Because he could stab Jon. Jon could stab him. There's a lot of layers that could happen. And then also with the fact, too, you have Swerve. There's many elements to this. Shout out to Jeffrey in the chat. Well, you did miss a really good match. The 6-way ladder match to determine the number one contender for the AEW International Championship. We had Commander, El Cloin, Nick Wayne, Jack Perry, the Beast Mortos, and Speedball Mike Bailey. And Speedball Mike Bailey is the new number one contender for the AEW International Championship. So congratulations to Speedball Mike Bailey in his home country, hometown of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I hope he's in the media scrum too, because that would be really fun for him to do a media scrum. That'd be so cool. Shout out to Veda Scott, because she is Mrs. Speedball Mike Bailey. So shout out to her. I know she's very happy. Jeffrey, you know what? A lot of people thought it was 8 o'clock, but it starts at 7, which is really great because we may get out of here by 11. We may get out of here by like 11 o'clock or 11:30, which I'm not complaining. And you know what? If they start at 7 at an earlier time, this could be really interesting because I won't be bad at it. But we have our second match. We have the Young Bucks. Oh wait, 11 11-ish, but I mean, if this works out pretty good, we shall see. But we're waiting on Jon Moxley and Will Ospreay. Shout out to everything all Americans. Erie 404043. Ah, yes, the 90-day clause to heat up because a lot of stars. 90-day complete clause is already up, so we shall see what happens with them. We shall see how everyone is lurking. I know, right, Jeffrey? Yeah, and here comes Jon Moxley. I mean, do you see Marina Shafir back there because she wasn't there in the last few, which I understand because she probably had to take care of other things. Obviously, she's a mom, but it's weird that they're going out to Jon's. Ooh, did you guys see Will Ospreay's jacket? It has the Death Riders logo with his signature green color. Pay attention to that, attention to detail. And it's very odd. They're coming out to Jon's music. They're not coming out separately. Will Ospreay's not coming out to his regular music, which is interesting, too. Has Jon Moxley made Will Ospreay the evolution of a killer? The aerial assassin that he's supposed to be? I know, exactly. Like, he's not coming out to his regular music. Well, if you listen to Jon Moxley's commentary, not last week, but the week after, like, he's been really, really, really wanted it. And it's funny, the fans cheered so much for Will Ospreay and Jon Moxley. Ow, but they booed the rest of the Death Riders. It's kind of interesting. It's like interesting, but it's also it's kind of weird seeing this in a way, but Jon is a person that will see somebody as a future star because knowing him, he can't wrestle at AEW forever, but just seeing Will Ospreay be the guy, it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. He's making him like he's morphing him into the aerial assassin he's supposed to be. So it's really interesting to see, and also with the fact too, the dynamics that's going to come into play after Redemption's over, and now we're in All In. People say John, but we shall see. It could go either way. I mean, Boza, it's like some of them just want to be right. They think like, oh, this, but, and it's funny because I've been saying this, and I should do a montage of this. I've been saying this since last year. Will Ospreay is going to be AEW World Champion at Wembley Stadium. It's going to happen. And it's crazy. It's kind of crazy because he still has friction with United Empire. So it's like, it's really interesting to see. United Empire, they still have issues with Will as well. But here we go. We got this. I will say, it's crazy because so far the Young Bucks has competed in almost every single pay-per-view since they've been back. But here we go. We got a tag team match happening. We have the Young Bucks taking on Will Ospreay and Jon Moxley. Feel free to put in the chat. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. You guys got Jon Moxley, Will Ospreay, or do you have the Young Bucks? Friendly reminder, Marina Shafir is at ringside. So got to be very, very, very cautious of her because she can be an X factor. And she's somebody I want. Am I picking? Nah, I'm not picking the Young Bucks. I'm not picking the Young Bucks. I'm only picking Ospreay and Moxley only because I want them to continue their momentum. And with the fact to I don't know. There's something about the Young Bucks I don't trust, especially with their interaction with Edge and Christian this past week, because I know they want the tag team titles. So there's something. I feel like I don't trust them in a way. I feel like something is about to happen with them. Yes, congratulations to the Hangbangers. They are the ISPW Tag Team Champions. Shout out to Tommy Fierro and everybody putting in work. I couldn't be there, but it was so fun. And yes, I did have fun last night because I will talk more about NWA last night at 2300 because it was so fun and just being there, not just in a historic arena, but in a historic wrestling promotion that's been around for years, have enriched history. It's just being there. So we'll talk more about that later on in the watch along. But here we go. You know, the one thing I will say, anytime the Young Bucks have a match with some top tier guys, it's always something that gets you off your seat. When you really think about it, it just gets you off your seat. I did enjoy the match last year, All In Texas, between Will Ospreay and Swerve against the Young Bucks. I did enjoy. That was like a headbutt collision between Ospreay and I think that's Nick Jackson. No, that's Matt. That's Matt Jackson. Well, Matt is tagging in his brother Nick. Well, they're brothers. You know, the brothers, they got to look out for each other. So, yes, Jeffrey, the Headbangers are still wearing those outfits. And shout out to Aaron Teagle in the chat. And yeah, hard to believe after this, we got SummerSlam next weekend. I'm still going to watch SummerSlam. I know the lead up has been a little bit of a dud, but there are some matches I do want to watch. It's going to be very interesting to see. And, Nick is checking on his brother because it looked like he had a nasty headbutt. So he's telling his brother to sit. And Will Ospreay, he's just like, pew, 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 pew. It's like a video game. And I guess with the training Will Ospreay's been doing with the Death Riders is starting to pay off. Oh, Jeff Metterling's picking the Young Bucks. That's okay. You can pick the Young Bucks. But I know Nick Jackson, I think that's Matt. Yeah, it looks like Matt. He's still in La La Land. Question, how do you tell the twins apart? I think I tell them apart because of their hair and their goatee. Hair and goatee. That's usually the case when it comes to the brothers. So Benjamin Lamping, we are going to do a watch along for SummerSlam next weekend. I think the rest of the team will be doing watch out for SummerSlam. We are going to be doing watch out for both days. Not sure. I mean, I may do night one just to be sure. Night one or night two of SummerSlam. But I am going to be watching SummerSlam. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting on what matches. And, of course, Marina Shafir gets in the way. She's taking out Nick Jackson. Fortunately, his brother is still in La La Land. Oh, boy. All good, Boza. Like I said, last night it was NWA 78. Very interesting. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, because I'm going to forget, you will be getting a watch along. You will be getting a watch along for AEW Dynamite on Wednesday. You won't be getting a watch along for TNA on Thursday because I will be there in person Thursday and Friday when they come to Philadelphia. So I'm very excited to cover TNA. It's my first TNA show for a while, and I'm very, very excited to show them a little bit of love, especially with the Knockouts TV tournament. Mara Charday is going to be in action. A lot of ladies are going to be in action, so I am very excited. And Jeff Hardy's going to face off against Nick Nemeth for the TNA World title. So very excited. Yeah, Marina likes to get involved. And you know what's really crazy? Because I didn't really think about this because I'll cover TNA. Jeffrey. Hold on. Ooh, did I hit my remote by accident? Hold on. Because I might have hit it. HBO Max. Yeah, I think I might have hit. Thankfully, I'm watching AEW Redemption on HBO Max. I might have hit my remote by accident. It's a good thing I own HBO Max because it'll take me right where I need to be. And plus, I didn't miss much, so. But I hope everyone had a great weekend and enjoying themselves and getting ready for a new week. Another fun week, not just in life, but also in wrestling. Good old-fashioned wrestling. And it's SummerSlam week, which is really crazy. I know Adam Pearce put out the preview for Monday Night Raw tomorrow. Oh, it happens. But thankfully, I can watch it. Thankfully, I have HBO Max to watch it, which is actually convenient. Not against the $39.99, but oh boy. All right, here we go. So, Will Ospreay. I'm trying to see which brother he's in. I think it's Nick Jackson. He's in the ring with Will Ospreay because, yep, it is Nick Jackson because Matt Jackson looks like he was in La La Land outside the ring, and I'm hoping it's not too serious. And as much as I call them shitty EVPs, I don't like to see anybody seriously hurt. And I'll make sure to get a photo of Mara Stride for you, Jeffrey. Oh, you'll cover TNA for me, Jeffrey? I appreciate that. It has been fun. It has been fun doing watch-alongs for TNA, especially for the... Oh, and Matt Jackson's up! He's up! So Nick Jackson tried to make the tag to his brother, but Will Ospreay got in the way. Oh, that was a nice move. Yeah, the Young Bucks always tend to bring it. I'll never forget when they faced off against Jurassic Express last year. Obviously, when they faced off against FTR this year. Yeah, they've been putting on tag team matches, especially the match at Forbidden Door. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm very excited to see TNA live in person. It's going to be very fun. Nick Jackson is hesitant to tag his brother Matt in, and Matt just tagged himself in. Oh, boy. Well, hopefully there's not a lot of friction between they're brothers, but I hope there's not too much friction because the brother needs I know, he needs to tag in. I just hope it doesn't damage their opportunity to go for the tag team titles. Yeah, Boza, I will put a reminder in. I won't be on WWT Live tomorrow, but I will be back on Wednesday. I'll be back on Wednesday. And I'm sure Boss Lady will give a reminder, but you will get a watch along for Dynamite. It's the least I could do. And plus, I can't miss with TNA coming to my neck of the woods. It's just like a no-no. And it's great because I'm excited to attend a live TNA show on Impact, too. So shout out to TNA for doing that. Shout out to NWA for letting me cover last night's show, which I will be doing a recap, posting it tomorrow. It was a really fun show. Got some really great photos and content. I got to interview Giselle Shaw. She's been making waves in MLP, Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, and NWA as well. Also, Tiffany Nieves, who is the reigning and defending NWA Women's World Championship. Yeah, Philly is definitely beginning, and it's like I can't miss out on like a lot of things. All right, so let's see. The Young Bucks are trying to do their move. Jon Moxley got him. It's weird. Well, Jeffrey, I don't think it is because they're used to that kind of stuff because they've always been their whole lives. Ooh, look at that. Is it going to be... Yeah, it looks like it. Uh-oh. Headbutt by Jon Moxley. quick kick out by the Young Bucks. I don't think it's really weird. It's just they're used to that. They're used to this kind of stuff. That's a good question, Jeffrey. I have no idea why we didn't get Tiffany versus Carmel. But here come the Death Riders doing their routine, ring around the turnbuckle. Jeff Meddling, Willow Nightingale did not wrestle yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a co-main event because it looks like the build-up is pretty strong between Willow and Thekla. So I would not be surprised if that was a co-main event later on the show, which it should be. Ooh, nice move by Will Ospreay. Ooh, nasty clothesline by Jon Moxley. That's why he is the ace of AEW. I know. Yes. You have to see. We're going to be talking about NWA 78. There was a lot of thoughts I had from last night. But this is actually a good match so far. That's what the Young Bucks are like. Yeah, they're 3-time AEW Tag Team. Yeah, they have to be 3-time AEW Tag Team Champions. Because of the synergy that they have. Even though I call them shitty EVPs. That's just like a running gag I always have. I call them shitty EVPs. Ooh. Oh man. That was a nice move by Will Ospreay. Code Red. Super kick. EVP. Okay, there was no trigger. It's funny they keep saying EVP triggered. Yeah, Boza, thank you for that. Because I was like, I know they're already 3-time. They're already 3-time AEW Tag Team Champions. Which is not surprisingly for me. It's like the battle of the egos when it comes to tag teams. It's like, you can't put everybody above Young Bucks or FTR, I guess. But that's a separate conversation I'll have about the tag team divisions later on the show. And yes, Benjamin Lamping, this match is insane. And Jeff Merrily answered your question. Willow Nightingale hasn't wrestled, so I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if that match was a co-main event later on the show, and it should be. That should be on a shirt. It should be on a shirt. That's just my running gag because I call them shitty EVPs. Well, Will Ospreay. Oh man. Nick. No, that's Matt Jackson. Nick is looking on to his brother. Well, Will Ospreay, he's telling him to tag his brother. Tag your brother. Oh goodness. I mean, I understand the Young Bucks are on a journey to be tag team champions again, but sometimes you gotta swallow your pride and let your ego out the door. Oh man, that was a nasty punch by Will Ospreay. Nice super kick. Jon Moxley just sitting in the corner trying to get some breath in. Is he gonna do the hidden blade? Oh man, he knocked him out. Jon Moxley's running around thinking he won the gold. And I also do have a thought regarding his Continental Championship, but I'll save it after this match is over because I am focusing a lot more on this match. What was Ospreay doing? He's really gonna do the hidden blade. Is his brother trying to surrender? That's your brother. Well, we see Nick. I mean, he's trying to sacrifice. Well, they're brothers, I would think, sacrificing himself. I think both of them are on there. I mean, I know you guys want to go for the tag team titles, but oh boy. Well, Jon Moxley threw Nick Jackson out of there. Curve stomp. One. Quick kick out by Matt Jackson. Jon Moxley put it. Man, he really wants this match to be over. Well, the one thing about the Young Bucks, they just don't know when to quit. They really do not know when to quit. I guess there's a reason why they're 3-time tag team champions. Jeez, Jon Moxley's just beating up. He's just beating up on Matt Jackson. Super kick by Nick. Well, I mean, it's his brother, so you gotta support each other. Well, oh, Nick Jackson super kick Marina's face. Man, Nick was like, okay. Well, I mean, she was gonna get a super kick one way or another. Quick kick out by Mox. Everyone's approval, yes, but when I look at a match, I always look at like storytelling, authenticity, complex, and chemistry. And I can tell you all 4 of these guys have chemistry. Ooh, DDT. Jon Moxley wants to end this thing. Someone save the Bucks. Someone save. Well, I don't know who's going to save him because their friend Kenny is getting ready for his big match later on tonight against Kevin Knight. Hangman Page, he's figuring out his side quest and what he wants to do in life. That's what Hangman's doing. Ooh, he just took out the referee. Well, you know it's going to be a lot of shenanigans. Yeah, because Hangman is somewhere on his little side quest doing something. Well, Jon Moxley, yeah, he has a chair. He really wants to end the Young Bucks. But Will Ospreay saying, don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, I know there's a lot of history. Ooh, that was a super kick. EVP, boom. They still say EVP trigger, even though they're not EVPs anymore. Yeah, Jon Moxley came up and just gave the middle fingers. He's just like saying, F y'all. Is that the best you got? That's what Jon is saying. Super kick after super kick after super kick. And it's almost 8 o'clock. 3. And that's it. Your winners are the Young Bucks. I'm surprised. I thought at least they would give the win to Ospreay and Mox, but I guess they want to continue the dynamics between Ospreay and the Death Riders. Especially, it's going to be very interesting, especially on the aftermath. I think because they want to build momentum. Well, Jeffrey, you know why. They want to build that momentum to go back in the tag team title race, which I'm already tired of seeing them in. I don't need to see them in the tag team title race. But it looks like we are going to get the match at Wembley. And we'll see how Edge and Christian do later on tonight because they are. Shout out to Short King the Goat. Thank you for the gift. Appreciate that. And you're hanging with me, your timeless elite, your PR princess, Stone Cold Courtney, whatever you want to call me on this watch along for AEW Redemption. We started at 7 o'clock. They got their butts. I know. Exactly. I see what they're doing. They're trying to build up the momentum for them for the tag team titles against Edge and Christian. But after the match, we do see Ospreay, Jon Moxley's laid out. So the referee's checking on Mox. And up next, this is one of the matches I'm looking forward to see. Kyle Fletcher take on Bandido for the AEW International Championship. Like I said, we kicked off at 7:00, which is crazy. We did kick off with the 6-man ladder match to determine the number one contender for the AEW International Championship. We had Speedball Mike Bailey, Nick Wayne, Jack Perry, the Beast Mortos, Commander, and El Clone. And Speedball Mike Bailey is now the number one contender for the AEW International Championship. And then we had our second match where we had the Young Bucks pick up the victory against Kyle Fletcher, Jon Moxley, and Will Ospreay. And now we have Kyle Fletcher take on Bandido for the AEW International Championship. And it's crazy. Bandido and Kyle Fletcher are meeting for the first time ever, which is insane. And I love it. Because I'm going to call Bandido Zorro, because he is the Zorro of professional wrestling. I would say he's nervous. It's just figuring out a model on what works. And I propose that he does 7:00 starts for pay-per-views from now on. Because I like being at 7:00. I have no complaints about it. I have no complaints. I gotta like this 7:00. And we've been done around 11:30-ish. But here comes the most wanted. I call him Zorro, but he is the reigning Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion, Bandido. We just have to find out who's going to be his next challenger at Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor. I know Benjamin Lamping, 7:00 it's a great start. I know. Hey, listen, you need to start at 7:00 more often because this is convenient. I purposely proposed to it. Not complaining at all because I did enjoy like the watch alongs at 8:00 and then we ended like 12 midnight or 12:30. That's okay, but I'm okay with 7:00. And we're just waiting on the reigning international champion. That's funny. Say my full name on Kyle Fletcher's second show. Well, look at that outfit for Kyle Fletcher. You could say Jeffrey. Well, that's true. Hey, listen. I've stayed up for a lot more worse things, but I'm still here. So look at the headpiece Kyle Fletcher has. Oh Lordy, look at that creeped on callus. Then go to the back, you creep. Get him out of here. I'm sure probably we're gonna see him later on when Mark Davis defends the title against Andrade. Get him out of here. Mr. Pepto-Bismol, that's hilarious. Definitely you're going to get Bandido. Oh, Benjamin Lamping asked me a question, so let's see. Ooh, so Benjamin Lamping, since you are new to the chat, even though I handle AEW, I am definitely a lifelong wrestling fan. So I watch WWE, AEW, TNA, starting to learn about New Japan, Stardom. So I support all things wrestling promotions, even on the independent scene, because WWE was my first taste when I was a kid. I'm very intrigued on Lola Vice, which is not surprising, because it was only a matter of time on when Lola was going to get called up. Just the question is, what show is she going to be under? Because I know Raw, they didn't have any Raw women's matches on Monday Night Raw, and SmackDown, somewhat in a way, trying to figure out where they're at right now, but it's going to be interesting on where Lola Vice is going to fall on the show. But I'm happy she's being called up by main roster. It's just a matter of timing and what are they going to put her. You would think Rosa with SmackDown, but the way both shows have been booking, sky is the limit. But we have the AEW International Championship. We have Bandido, the most wanted, or as I call him, Zorro, taking on Kyle Fletcher. And everybody for the Don Callis family's been for ringside, including that creep Don Callis. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning this thing. Do you have Kyle Fletcher retaining, or could we see Bandido 2 belts? Just to remember, whoever wins this will be facing off against Speedball Mike Bailey, who is the new #1 contender for the AEW International Championship. I'm excited. This is the match I'm most excited for because I feel like it's going to be so much fast-paced with these guys. Jeff Bitterling saying Bandido 2 belts. Obviously, of course, because you're the biggest Bandido fan, which is no shame. Thank you, Benjamin Lampe. I try to do as much as I can because, like I said earlier on, a lot of people always can AEW. I never have a problem with anybody coming into the wrestling space, but I don't like anybody when they trash. Kyle Fletcher's getting some water and he said, I'm on a water break. But anyways, I just don't like it when people tear down wrestling promotions and like this tribalism, which I don't like. I'm a devoted wrestling fan because I enjoy all things like wrestling. I want to learn more about, meet more people, see what other promotions are there, especially in the independent scene. So for me, I take it very, very seriously. So, and I always say this in the chat too, if you're going to be very disrespectful and petty, especially not just in AEW, but for all the brands, then I will kick you out of the chat because there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. And we have zero tolerance. And that's why we have Women's Wrestling Talk, because we shout out to all the ladies from all levels of wrestling. Doesn't matter if they're wrestling in the major, independent, or local, if they're upcoming, whatever. We always want to give a spotlight to them. That's the case. And yes, Jeffrey, Bandido is still the longest Ring of Honor champion. So congratulations to him. He's held that title for a little over a year, and he's been a fighting and defending champion. Next question is, who is he going to face at Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor? That is the question. I saw that sign. Kyle Fletcher is a fashion icon. That is hilarious. That is a nice one. I hope somebody takes a photo of that with the sign. Kyle Fletcher is a fashion icon. And I'm happy wrestling signs are coming back to live events. I just love seeing some of the signs. They are hilarious and creativity. Because I think one time I did bring a sign in. And it was so hilarious. And yes, Jeffrey, it's Maya World's birthday. And what better way to celebrate her birthday? She gets the person was Jeffrey. And what better way to celebrate her birthday? Because she will be going for the TBS title against Hikaru Shida later on in the show. But she's been hot lately. And after this, she's got a date at Ring of... Hopefully she has a date at Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. Look at that shirt. Look at that sign. Kyle Fletcher is a fashion... That person, I don't know if they were high on it. Maybe they're just a big Kyle Fletcher fan. Who knows? They both went outside the ring. Oh my God. You have to start calling her Maya 2 belts if that happens. Jeffrey, we got to start calling her Maya 2 belts. We're going to have to start calling it that if that happens. Anything is possible in the land of professional wrestling. Kyle Fletcher intimidating the referee. The referee threatened him, saying, if you put your hands on me, you're disqualified. There's no way. Well, I mean, he does have some decent fashions. I do love some of the interesting bold fashion choices he made, but fashion icon, I don't know. Because there's many fashion icons I could see. Even in AEW. Kyle Fletcher just taking it in from the fans. But I've never seen it. That is true, Jeffrey. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, you know, it's funny because last night at Collision, Athena has other things on her mind because she wasn't too happy with the Brawling Birds coming in after her match. So she's got to focus on her attention on my gals, the Brawling Birds, because it looks like the Minions, Billy Starks and Diamante, have some business to take care of. So I think Athena has enough on her plate and she's thinking about the Brawling Birds. What's Kyle Fletcher doing here? Trying to drag Bandido like a rag doll. This was actually one of the match I was looking forward to see Bandido and Kyle Fletcher. Bandido trying to get foot, and he got his foot on the ropes. Started to get to it, but usually she works well under pressure. But we shall see, because when she picked a fight with the Brawling Birds, and you know the worst part about it is Athena trained by her world. So a person that trains you knows all your secrets whatsoever. Ooh, Kyle Fletcher put a punch on Bandido. You know, it doesn't shock me that Kyle Fletcher is underestimating Bandido. And if you saw the clip that happened at San Diego Comic-Con, that should tell you why. And especially the first encounter that they had on Dynamite. That's pretty hilarious. It's hard to believe we're at 8 o'clock. We are at 8 o'clock. It's funny, we completed 3 more matches so far. Nice suplex by Bandido. Hard to believe. This is the usual time. Yeah, exactly. This will be the usual time when any pay-per-view starts. But I gotta like the 7 o'clock start. And yes, Jeffrey, you can't underestimate the Ring of Honor champion, especially with the fact he's held that title for a little over a year. We still have to find out who's his opponent at Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor. He bumped out, yeah, with one hand. That's why I call Bandido, he's wrestling Zorro. And look at the strength. Look at the strength of Bandido. Look at that strength. You can't mimic that. And for anybody that says wrestling is the F word, I like to see you do some of the moves that Bandido and Kyle Fletcher are doing. And look at Bandido, he's shimmying off the top rope. Leapfrog. Quick kick out by Kyle Fletcher. Actually, I would be mad if Bandido did win 2 belts. That would be pretty funny. And Kyle just won it. That would be pretty hilarious. Let's see. Bandido's on the top rope, but Kyle. Ha, exactly, Jeffrey. Like to see anyone not to take a suplex. How about do a pile driver? Dude, look at the strength of Bandido. Well, almost at the strength. Nice clothesline. Kyle Fletcher on the Bandido. No, I know. Dear God, not the brainbuster. That hurts. I just see the brainbuster as well. Oh God, Gunther. Don't be like Gunther and Sheamus after their match, and it was like their chests were all red. Oh my God. Look at that. Brainbuster on the ring apron. My God. Bandido was still outside the ring. Look, it's bad enough I had to deal with Matt Jackson earlier in the show because he was in La La Land. I just can't deal with Bandido being in La La Land. He's interacting with the fan. The child is saying, "Come on, Bandido!" I love that. That is a picture. That is a picture Kodak moment right there. Yeah, you gotta have some tough skin to be a wrestler at this point, because I applaud them for the work that they do, the bodies that they put through, the serious injuries. But it always sucks because we always see, no pun intended, the dark side of the ring, where the opposite side's always hard because not having health insurance covered, not minimal pay. Even when you sign with a major promotion, there's a lot of shady stuff, shady business practices, and just need to get better at it. And that's like one of the things I want to do when I do media training for professional wrestlers. I want to make sure that they at least get something out of it and not just cheap stuff, because of course you're going to have shady people in the business, especially if they don't have business sense. Oh yes, Jeffrey, that kid's going to remember that moment. He's going to have a Kodak picture frame. Well, it looks like Kyle Fletcher's taunting Bandido. But Bandido countered. German suplex. What's Kyle doing? Oh man. One. We're talking about Kyle. Oh my God, Jeffrey, it's so refreshing to see Don Callis not do commentary. It's just so refreshing. I don't have to see him. I don't have to listen to him. But unfortunately, we're going to have to see him a little bit later on because Mark Davis is defending the AEW National Championship against Andrade. So I'm enjoying it. while it lasts, because I'm sure he's going to make an appearance accompanying Mark Davis. So I just need to enjoy this moment right here. Look at that. Bandido. Boom. Uh-oh. So Jeff Metterling for commentary. We have Tony Schiavone, Nigel McGuinness, and Excalibur commentating tonight for Redemption. Ooh, Kyle Fletcher block. That's an unusual move to be in. That's an interesting move. Suplex. Ooh, suplex outside of the ring. Oh man, Kyle. Yeah, that's true. Shout out to Eddie Foster in the chat. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Oh, Nigel's fine. He's fine as a commentator, but he can still go in the ring. And also with the fact, too, he still has a title opportunity against Lee Moriarty for the Ring of Honor Pure Championship. And I'm pretty sure he'll cash that in at Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor. And that would be funny if that would be crazy if Nigel won that title. That would be insane if he won it in Philadelphia. But I hope everybody's had a great weekend. I'm here. I feel refreshed, refueled. Had a little bit of a late start, but I had to make sure I was mentally prepared. Everything else. Ooh, leaf rag off the top outside of the ring by Bandido on the Kyle Fletcher. I know people say, I know it's early, but people are saying the Young Bucks and Mox and Ospreay maybe match of the night. I'm not going to lie. I think this match in particular is going to be match of the night. Kyle Fletcher and Bandido. These guys are really giving it their all. And I can debate people on that. Oh, man. One. Quick, it got back out Fletcher. But yeah, it's a great match. For me, this is like early contender for match of the night. I'm not going to lie. Match contender of the night. Oh my God. That's a Big Brother reference, Boza. That's hilarious. These guys are giving it their all. That's why I said this is an early contender for match of the night. I'm just laughing at the comments. That is too funny. There's like a battle of the headbutt. Look at Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher's like so irritated right now. Bandido trying to get a headbutt in. Kyle Fletcher caught it. Well, I know some people pick Bandido, some people had Kyle. I actually picked Kyle Fletcher to retain. Kyle Fletcher took off his knee pad, and you could see the bandage around his knee. And he's trying to do the move of Takeshka. Man. He tried to mimic Takeshka, knowing Takeshka is competing in the G1 Climax at New Japan. Quick kick out by Kyle Fletcher. That's just savage heel work right there. Bandido's like, what do I have to do to beat this guy? But there isn't hot. So far, yeah, Benjamin Lane. I mean, so far, it's definitely early contender for match of the night. Definitely. Looks like Spanish Fly off the top rope. Oh my God! Off the top rope. We gotta find a winner. Kyle Fletcher put his hand on the rope. Well, but anything is possible. I wouldn't be shocked with the fact Redemption is in its first inaugural year, so I would not be surprised. And they probably want to leave leave a moment to remember. I want to know, hey, you probably had the secret. What's Bandido doing here? He wants to end this thing. He did it! Is he going to do it? Quick kick out. Oh my goodness. Bandido was seconds away from being Bandido 2 belts. Oh boy. He was just seconds away from being Bandido 2 belts. What's Bandido doing here? Kyle Fletcher has Bandido by his foot, and Kyle's like, well, Bandido's punching him. It's crazy. It's almost 8:30, and I'm not mad at it. I mean, at least we have the quality. Because if you're going to give the quality to men, you better give the same quality to the women. Because I would love to them have at least a 20-minute match. But you don't want to end this. Oh, nasty move by Kyle Fletcher. He's trying to mimic Takeshka with the knee, knowing, as I said, Takeshka is handling the G1 Climax. 2. Oh, kick out by Bandido! Kyle Fletcher's face, that's a meme right there. This match is still going. Ivory, I ain't gonna jinx it. And Boza, I'm gonna not jinx it only because Willow is already over by the fans. Willow's already over, so. And even regardless if Mercedes Renee is on the card or not, you should give the women equal amount of opportunity because they can deliver as much as the men. They just don't know it. I do. I'm not going to jinx it, but they better at least go up to 20 minutes. Because if you can give the men this amount of time, why can't you give it to the ladies? I'm not going to lie. This is definitely contender for match of the night so far. Because I got to see how the rest of the matches go. What was it? To be fair, I will say last year when it came to Wrestle Dream, Jamie Hayter and Thekla did give a good match at Wrestle Dream last year. I will say that. They gave a good match. And I did enjoy the match between Chris Statler and Jamie Hayter at World's End last year. I know. Blame Boza for that. He was the one that mentioned her, not me. I know. They better get some time tonight. That's what I'm saying. Ooh, kick to the head. But that doesn't mean Mercedes can make an appearance. Because technically, whoever is the AEW Women's Champion has to face off against her. So she can't make an appearance in Canada. Ooh, Brain Buster. That has to be it. 3. Your winner. And still AEW International Champion, Kyle Fletcher. Great match by both of them. So far, it's up for match of the night as contender. I'm very nervous of what the match is going to be next. And oh, Lordy, here comes that creep. Here comes that creep Don Callis running around like a little kid with his creep peanut head ball stealth. But congratulations to Kyle Fletcher. It was definitely a good match between both of them. Congratulations to Bandido as well because he put on such a heck of an effort. They both did, and I'm so happy for it. But Kyle, you have Speedball Mike Bailey on deck, sir. And yes, no interference from the Don Callis family. And you used one of Takeshita's signature moves on Bandido. Well, Kyle Fletcher is still the international champion, and he has Speedball Mike Bailey on deck, who earned his opportunity in that 6-man ladder match earlier tonight. What match is going to be next? Oh, boy. I'm very curious what match is going to be next after this. And we're just getting started because we are 3 matches in already. 3 matches in. And obviously, of course, the main event, Kenny Omega, Kevin Knight for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. That's how the Peanut Mitch... Yeah, the Peanut Man. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mr. Peanut Man a little bit later on when Mark Davis face off against Andrade for the AEW National Championship. So it won't be the last time we see Don Callis. And I would not be shocked if they announced some matches for Dynamite this week because they're coming to the Motor City in Detroit. This is my bathroom. That's my bathroom break. But congratulations to Kyle Fletcher retaining. I still can't get over that fan saying Kyle Fletcher is a fashion icon, which is hilarious to see. Oh boy, and then we have a personal vendetta match. We have the Bang Bang Gangs, Jay White and Juice Robinson taking on the Dogs. This has been a gruesome and grueling match. I hope this is not a bathroom break because this is actually a grudge match. Shout out to Honey in the chat. She's just checking in, popping in to say hello. But you're hanging out with me for AEW Redemption. And just to let you know, we started off at 7 o'clock, by the way. We started off at 7 o'clock. Really interesting. Yeah, I mean, Boza, it's not a fault, really, but like, I would consider this a bathroom break because this is like a grudge match, which is going to continue because I could see them probably doing this, escalating this a little further for Anarchy in the Arena because we haven't had an Anarchy in the Arena yet this year. So I think, and with the fact too, you have the Death Riders aligning with the Dogs, and then you have Gabe Kidd back from injury. Yeah, I can see a lot of gruesomeness with all this. And here come the Dogs. I'll be back. He's gonna hit the showers. Well, Jeffrey, hopefully we do see you at the showers, but I'm very excited. We kind of need a little bit of a palate cleaner to cool off. But here comes David Finlay and Clark Connors of the Dogs taking on Jay White. This is Jay White's first pay-per-view match since coming back from his injury. Him and Juice Robinson are teaming up. Very excited. There should be a viewer discretion advised for this because there's a lot of bad blood between everyone involved in this. Do not be surprised if Gabe Kidd tries to show up because I said he is cleared. And there's referee Stefan. I love Stefan. But feel free to put in the shadow who you guys got winning this thing. Do you have the Dogs winning or do you have Jay White and Juice Robinson picking up the victory? Well, Gabe Kidd is cleared. It's probably visa issues because I know a lot of superstars have had issues with their visas. But here comes the Bang Bang Gang. The Guns, Ace Austin, Juice Robinson. Yeah, you can tell there's a lot of grudge. Oh, yeah. I have a feeling it's going to be Anarchy. Like I said, we haven't had an Anarchy in the Arena this year. Yeah, some of the visas were fixed, but I know there was issues. Like, I know Mark Davis, he had issues with visa because there was a few times he couldn't appear on Dynamite. Well, here we go. This is going to be a gruesome and brutal match, so you better get ready, friends. And you know who else is going to be watching this? And you know who else is going to be watching this match? Toni Storm. Because her husband is competing in a major match on a pay-per-view. And it's also the first year they're doing Redemption, which is crazy. So I'm pretty sure Toni Storm is going to be rooting for her husband, Mr. Juice. Well, here comes referee Stefan. And I forget who the other referee's name is. They're chaining. I guess they're putting wrists onto the collars. Oh, David Finlay took the heads in, and here we go. We have Clark Connors. Well, the ball hasn't rung yet. They're trying to make sure that they got the collar on the wrist, but it looks like they're using them as weapons and whipping them. You might as well ring the bell. My God. All right, the bell has finally run. Here we go. You have a collar. Chain collar match between Jay White and Juice Robinson, the Bang Bang Gang, taking on Clark Connors and David Finlay and the Dogs. I know both have put the winner in, but feel free to put in the chat who you guys got winning this. I think in my poll predictions, I picked Jay White and Juice Robinson to win this match. Ew. They make Clark Connors close like his own partner. It's going to be hard as a follow-up after Bandido and Kyle Fletcher. It's like insanity. I'm very curious how the planning meeting of the matches played out is this, because I wonder whose idea was to say, hey, after the International Championship match, let's have a chain tag team match after this. And that'll be extra brutal. Jay White just hitting the chain on the post, David Finlay and Clark Connors. I would think this would have to be no disqualification because, like I said, I would not be shocked if we see Gabe Kidd and some members of the Death Riders. I know Claudio Castagnoli and Pac will be facing off against Edge and Christian a little bit later on for tag team gold. Oh. Geez, Jay White and Juice are really putting on to David Finlay. Oh, man. Guns up. Off the top rope. Juice. I'm sure your wife is cheering for you from afar. I'm sure she is. Possibly in regards to these new, the people with the 90-day clauses up, we could see some surprises, if not tonight, maybe on the Dynamite, maybe leading up to All In. I wouldn't be surprised if they made an appearance on the TNA, because TNA is kind of in rebuild as well. Ooh, Jay White, please don't hurt your wrist, sir, because you just came back from injury. Ooh, and that's the one thing about when people have chains to their wrists. They can do whatever they want. So Clark Connors and David Finlay can be very dangerous. Oof. That has to hurt. Steel ring post to the back. I know that has to hurt really, really bad. It's hard to believe it's 8:30. Because normally we would start at 8 o'clock. But we started off at 7. We already had 3 matches in. This is match number 4. Yeah, because I think after this we have the AEW Tag Team titles, the AEW National Championship, the TBS title, the Women's title. Oh yeah, Tommaso Ciampa and Jericho and Kenny and Kevin. So we have 6 matches left, which is not so bad. And it's only 8:30, so we'll see how this goes. Oh man. Ugh. Juice took that hit very well. Trying to make sure I'm comfortable. Well, hopefully we don't see. I wouldn't be shocked if we see 1 or 2 blood spots in this match. I would think this match would have to end in pinfall or submission. Oh, nice suplex by David Finlay. Suplex Jay White onto that sea of steel chains. And David Finlay just whipping Juice Robinson like a government mule. Oh man, he hit him on his knee. I know that has to hurt. They're gonna need more than an ice bath after this match is over. What's David Finlay doing? No, I said not David Finlay. Clark Connors. What is he doing to Juice? He's trying to choke Juice with that chain. Well, the chain is a legal weapon. What the heck was that? Oh, his toothpicks. What are they trying to do? Oh, they're trying to wrap up Juice Robinson. Well, Clark Connors is wrapping Juice Robinson in a corner. They just have poor Juice in his own little corner. Oh, boy. Just checking to see if there's any updates on socials, but I'm gonna be away from social for a while. Focus on this. Quick kick out. Okay, so the winner of this has to be pinfall. So that makes a lot of sense. Pinfall or submission. Jay White is really choking David Finlay. If you know the history between these two guys, you kind of know what it is. Oh man, backbreaker by David Finlay. That was a nice move Clark Connor did. Well, they needed a cleansing palette after the crazy match between Bandido and Kyle Fletcher. Who's wrestling now? So Jeff Menderling, you guys are back. I've just been chilling here. So right now we have the chain, or should I say double chain tag team match between the Bang Bang Gangs, Jay White and Juice Robinson, taking on the Dogs, Clark Connors and David Finlay. This has been, so far there has not been anyone bleeding, which is a good thing, but people have been whipping each other with chains, holding them hostages with the chain. Ooh, Clark Connors is showing why they're part of the Dogs. They wrapped up poor Juice Robinson. And then throwing Jay White out. Clark Connor, ooh, that's an unusual spot to be in. They're really choking out. Please don't submit, Juice. Please, please, please. Please don't submit. Man, they're really throwing to Jay White, and Jay can't even do anything. A double. I was thinking it was a dog collar, but thank God it's not dog collar. It's a double chain match. Never seen it. I know, me neither, but it's one of the innovative and creative ways AEW's do. And I give them props for at least trying. Because on paper, it sounds cool. It's just, execution-wise and everything else. And maybe, But it needed something to cleanse the palate after that crazy match between Kyle Fletcher and Bandido. Jay White putting the switchblade. But no, he's tangled up in the chain next to David Connor. Come on. I know, Jeffrey. I think some people are rooting for Jay White in this match. Because this is Jay White's first pay-per-view match since he came back from injury. Now David Finlay and Clark Connors both have surrounding members of the Bang Bang Gang. Well, I think this is more than just a match. There's a personal grudge between the Bang Bang Gang, the Dogs. Then you throw the Death Riders in. There's a lot of personal grudges between both camps. And like I said, I have a feeling we may see anarchy in the arena because we have seen the Dogs and Death Riders attack not just the Bang Bang Gang. Quick kick. Juice made the save. Quick kick out by Jay White. Because like I said, we've seen both the Dogs and the Death Riders make rampage on not just the Bang Bang Gang. We've seen them rampage over Edge and Christian. So they're making a rampage out of everybody. Quick kick out by Jay White. Man, look at the replay again with that pinfall. I knew you were going to say that. If you know the song, Who Let the Dogs Out? That's what makes me think of the Dogs. Who let the dogs out? Here comes Juice making the save to help out his tag team partner. Shout out to Chensey Billing 5381. Yes, SummerSlam is next weekend. But tonight we have AEW Redemption coming to you from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. We are now down. We just got through 3 matches, and we are in match number 4. If you're hanging with me, this is your PR princess, your timeless elite, Stone Cold Courtney, with you on this watch along. Like I said, we've already completed 3 matches. We're in match number 4. We have 6 more matches to go. And it started at 7 o'clock, by the way. So it's been very pacey. And like I said, this is the first year they're doing Redemption. So they want to make sure they leave out all notes and give fans something to be memorable by. But we're almost at the finish line to AEW Wembley Stadium. Whipping him like a government, right? That's a JR reference. Whipping him like a government mule. What's Juice and Jay thinking? They're, like I said, they're whipping David Finley. They're whipping David Finley like a government mule. That's good old JR for you. Whipping him like a government mule. Juice. Well, you know who's actually, as I said, you know who's excited to watch this match? Tony Storm, who is watching, in support of her husband, Juice Robinson. Because I'm sure Tony is very proud of what her husband has been doing so far with the Bang Bang Gang. Jay White wants to end this, but there's a lot of personal vendettas between. Ooh, that is not in the grapefruits, Jay. Not in the grapefruits. Not in the grapefruits, Jay. You can tell there's a lot of personal grudge between David Finley and Jay. What's going on? Oh, Lordy. That little Rottweiler Yuta and Daniel Garcia. See, I told you. You know what? I thought at least Gabe would interfere. Unless Gabe has issues with visas. But it doesn't surprise me. Well, where's Ace? Well, here come the rest of the members of the Bang Bang Gang. Here comes the Guns and Ace Austin. Man, I know. Finisher by Colton, Ace Austin, and like I said, Claudio and Pac are taking on Edge and Christian later on in the show. Oh, Lordy, here comes Marina Shafir with that shillelagh. I know. You know what would be really crazy? Since Edge and Christian are technically feuding with the Death Riders, because I know Jay White and Edge have some respect, dare I say this? Ooh, David Finley hit that with that shillelagh. That's it. Well, your winners are David Finley and Clark Connors with help from the Death Riders, I guess. But hear me out, because Edge and Christian's going to be defending their titles later on against Claudio and Pac. Do not be shocked if some of the Death Riders come in to try to interfere, because dare I say it, if Marina decides to interfere, do you think we will see Beth Phoenix help out her husband? Because we did see her help out her husband before, taking out Stokely. She's not gonna. I have a mutual fan who loves Jay White, and I know. Jay White did lose, but you know what? This builds up a war, because I have a feeling it may lead to anarchy in the arena between all these camps. But like I said, Edge and Christian face off against Claudio and Pac, and you have Marina there. Could we see Beth Phoenix make an appearance? Because we have seen Beth before, because she will defend her man. But I'm just saying, it would be nice to see Beth just, face off against Marina and help out her man. So it looks like the referee took out the wrist of the chain off of David Finley and Clark Connors, and they got the victory. But congratulations to them. Obviously, of course, they won because of help from the Death Riders. Ooh, Beth Phoenix. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jeffrey. When you really think about it, the Death Riders have attacked not only them, but also, I'm just saying, Beth could make an appearance. Because if something happens to her man, all bets are off. But I wouldn't be shocked if I did see Beth later on the show. So, I gotta turn my fan for this. Renee Paquette with Will Ospreay backstage. It's like that's what we're calling him on our watch along. Jeffrey coined it. Life Coach Moxley. Oh boy, here comes the life coach. That's what he wants Will to be, is a killer. And you know, it's funny. Swerve said this like a month or two ago before their match at Forbidden Door. Because what if Swerve makes an appearance? It's just funny how on-screen John and Renee are, and they're married in real life. It's kind of fun to watch. So John's saying, or as Jeffrey calls him, life coach Mox, he's trying to say that he'll be there at his side at Wembley Stadium. But I'm pretty sure he's going to be watching Kenny Omega versus Kevin Knight. Oh boy. It's going to be interesting. Woo! It just keeps getting interesting and interesting with this whole situation with Will Ospreay and the Death Riders. I don't think Mox has a chipped tooth. So up next, we have a ladies match. We have the TBS title. Hikaru Shida taking on the birthday girl, Maya World. And I'm very happy to see Maya World. This is her second singles pay-per-view match. Yeah, this is her second singles pay-per-view match. When I come to think about it, on AEW. I know she done Ring of Honor, but this is her second pay-per-view match on the AEW side. And that's pretty awesome. I mean, you got to compete against Mercedes in the finals. And now you're facing off against the ace of TBS, Hikaru Shida, on your birthday too? Well, it's just so nice to hear the story about Maya World. And if you have not been paying attention, well, you should be paying attention because this girl is no joke. Same thing with her tag team partner, Hyon. It's crazy how those two ladies had 3-minute matches. And especially with the whole situation with Nixon Newell and backstage, Maya World and Hyon just came in and look where they are now, helping out with Ring of Honor, being on AEW programming. And it's a lot. It is a lot of pressure, but you know, she's ready. But here comes Maya World. As I said, she does have, I know she has this, but she also has bigger business with Athena because I have a feeling at Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor, she's going to face off against Athena for that Ring of Honor Women's Championship. Because it's time. It's time. But happy, and it's her birthday, so make sure to wish balloons, everything to her. Happy birthday to Maya World. And what a great birthday present, facing off against Hikaru Shida for the TBS title. And I think she's definitely going to be a state. I'm nervous. Oh, Jeffrey, we know you're nervous for her. But here it comes. Ooh, Hikaru Shida. Look at her Titantron. She changed it. I do love that she changed her entrance. She got pyro in her. need her to continue being the ace of TBS. Yes, definitely wish her a happy birthday. But I'm just so happy to see Shida back on TV. I'm so happy to see Hikaru Shida. And this is going to be a good match. And I want her to be the ace of TBS. But feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. Do you have Hikaru Shida retaining, or do you have could Maya World shock the world? No bones. Yes, she is. She is good. Like I said, I just want her to run as being TBS champion. I don't even care if she breaks Mercedes' record. I just want her to be the ace of TBS. I want to see that. And I want to see her in some good blood feuds. That would be pretty awesome. But like I said, feel free to put in the chat. Do you have Hikaru Shida retaining? Or could the birthday girl pull it off? Could the birthday girl do it? And here we go. It's funny. Sheeta's already underestimating her one bit. But I would not mess with Shida, though. Shida can be very lethal in a way. Nice clothesline by Shida. Yes, and her English has gotten better, Shida. But I think it's a good opportunity because, like I said, Maya World competed. This is like her second pay-per-view match on the AEW side. I know she's competed in Ring of Honor, but doing it back-to-back against major players from Mercedes Moné now down to Hikaru Shida, that's pretty huge. And really thinking out who's going to lead the future. But my mind is saying interference. That could be a possibility with Athena. And even after last night, when she said, trying to put the challenge out to my gals, the Brawling Birds, would not shock me if Athena or she sends out one of her little minions. I do like the outfit of Maya World. I do love her wrestling gear tonight. It's very cute, and it resembles her. These ladies are really coming to blows with these punches. It's hard to believe. And it's crazy after this? You should call and be the I should be the Brawling Birds manager. They would have fun. They would beat the piss off of people. They're my gals, the Brawling Birds. I mean, hey, they like to beat people up and have fun and drink beer. I should. They need a manager. And I'm the gal to do it. Well, technically, I'm their quote-unquote manager in a way. Because I got to support these girls. I love these girls. And as I said, I'm doing a campaign for next year. JB Hayter is going to be AEW Women's Champion in 2027. That is a fact. Quick kick out by Shida. Like I said, hard to believe. There's five matches left. And it's only 9 o'clock. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying. It's 9 o'clock. And we started at 7. Started at 7 o'clock. Jeff Merrily, I think that would be as long as you don't. Oh, well, Jeffrey, that's gonna happen in a matter of time. They're gonna have to go after the Divine Dominion because they called him out knowing they have not faced the cards. So you know I have to let them beat the crap out of the Divine Dominion. I don't care if they're leading by the CEO or the boss or whoever. They're ready. And Jeff Mental has an interesting question. It'll be very interesting if I did sign on to be a manager, because that would be very interesting. Obviously, of course, I have to make sure if I could still do women's wrestling talk, because we showcase the ladies. But it would be nice and fun to do, like, having like a bag of old tricks and just doing it to, especially eyeing out talent and who has the potential to do it and just grow and mold and everything else. Seeing that journey, it's always about the journey. It's not about being the success at the top. It's always about the journey and going through the hurdles, the good, the bad, the ugly, the horribleness, the controversies. But just seeing the success as a cherry on top is always fun to see. Quick out by Maya World. And she is the birthday girl today. Like I said, I do love her outfit. What's Sheeta doing? She's targeting that knee of Maya World that's been bothering her. Yep. Dreams and aspirations. I know, me too. That's just a fun color. I just love her outfit. Yeah, she is selling the right meat. This is actually a good solid match between both of these ladies. And it's hard to believe this is Sheeta's third title defense, because she defended against Harley Cameron. She defended against Queen Amanada. Now she's defending against Maya World. Why do I have this feeling? Why do I have this feeling this is going to lead up to probably her Chris Statlander? Because we haven't seen Stat in a while. And I thought she was going to have a beef with Persephone. And it would be good to see Chris Statlander be on TMLL, which would be great. To quick kick out. Yeah, definitely. We do have some baby faces in there, but obviously the strongest and top baby face in AEW right now is Miss Willow Nightingale, who we will see later on tonight against Thekla for the AEW Women's Championship. The winner of that match will face off against Mercedes Moné at All In Wembley Stadium. And if Willow wins, she's the first woman from the women's division to be Triple Crown champion, which is insane. But I would not be surprised if Willow and Thekla co-main evented this pay-per-view, as it should, because there is a lot of good build-up to both of their stories. I just hope for Jericho and Ciampa it won't be too much gruesome. I can handle some gruesome, but not to that extent. But Maya World hit the moonsault. She's holding her knee. 2, Quick kick out by Shida. Not the beautiful face. Oh no. Man, look at Shida. She's just. That's why I said you need to rename her the ace. I mean, she's the ace of the women's division, but she should be the ace of TBS. I did. I saw it last night on Collision. It was a fun tag team match between both ladies, and I was very, very happy to see. Oof, stomp by Shida. Quick kick out by Maya World. Maya World is hanging on, and even on her birthday, she's hanging on. She's just a little trooper. One, two. Like ring around the rosy when it comes to pin. Ring around the rosy. Oh wow, Colin Bandido got 26 minutes. That's pretty awesome. They got 26 minutes. Double clothesline by both of these ladies. She should win, but she should win, Boza. Like I said, I want Shida to continue being the ace of TBS because I feel like she has a lot to prove, but it would be funny if Maya World was 2 belts before the end of this year. Because, like I said, she may have a date with Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. And what's Maya gonna do here? Man, kick to the head. Is she gonna do it? She took off the knee back. What is everybody trying to mimic the Keshka? Knee to the face. Is she really gonna do it? Is she really gonna do it? I hear Nigel McGuinness cheering for her. And he very rarely ever cheers for anybody. Well, Jeffrey, yes. But we also have to figure out who is Athena. But we also have to figure out for Athena who's going to be her challenger at Death Before Dishonor. Because I know she's going to defend it. Question is, who is it going to be? She does leave it. Oh, she got that kendo stick. But it is. Please don't let this end. Off the top rope. Well, Boza, you think... Wait, hold on, Boza. You think my gal Alex Windsor could be 2 belts? Because you got to remember, Alex Windsor also hosts a New Japan Strong Women's. Alex Windsor also hosts the New Japan Strong Women's Championship. So I would not be mad if it was Alex 2 belts. Oh, I can feel Maya World's hit her head. So Shida is falling on prey. Quick kick out by Maya World. Rosa, you think my gal Alex Windsor can be 2 belts? Oh, lordy. I wouldn't even know what I would do. I'd be jumping like a little kid. Quick out by Maya World. Oh my God, these kickouts. These near falls. But Maya World is hanging in there. Well, that's true, Boza. She did call out the Brawling Birds. But I'm just saying vice versa. What if it's not for the Ring of Honor Women's Championship? What if Athena wants Alex Winsor's New Japan Strong Women's Championship? Because it's been a while since Alex defended it. That could also be a possibility. And Athena could be 2 belts. This is like a slap fest between both of these ladies. One. Quick kick out by Shida. And yes, Eric Teagle, we will see Kenny Omega later tonight. I'm hoping he would retain in his home country. I'm hoping he does. I'm hoping he retains. Quick kick out by Maya World. Let me see. I'm looking at this match. I may have to move a little bit closer for this match. Hold on. Don't give me any spoilers because I may be a little bit behind on HBO Max. Sheeta's like, She's like, not today. Kick to the face. Kick to the face. I'm not even going to look at the chat because you guys may be a little bit faster than me. Let's see. Kick to the knee. My world is out cold. Well, referee's checking in. She just like pushed him out of the way. Arm on the ropes. Oh my God. She's hanging on. She is hanging. She didn't think she retained. I was like, no, that was you. That was you. Don't hit the referee. What's she gonna do? No way. 2, 3. No way. So your winner and new TBS champion, Maya World. Holy crap. Holy shit. She's the face of TBS. And she did it on her birthday. Oh my God. Man. I'm laughing at the commentary between Tony Schiavone and Nigel. Oh my God. Well, Sheeta is a little bit irate. I guess it got caught in her head. Me too. And she did it on her birthday too. Lordy. I don't think anyone expected that. See, I like the surprise. It's going to be interesting for Death Before Dishonor. Wow. You know what it is? I wonder what Athena's reaction is going to be. Because you got to remember, she was trained by Athena, but her character is probably like, you know. Yeah, but, and I think they needed something of a change too, because this is like Redemption, which it's the name of the pay-per-view, Redemption. I can have my no, Jeffrey, you can't end the show right away because your other favorite Willow is going to be facing off later against Thekla. later tonight. So you can't end it right here. And plus, Kenny Omega is coming back to his home country. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy for her. Congratulations to Maya World. She's the new TBS champion. And how fitting. Yes, it definitely fits because it's called Redemption. So congratulations to her. Just redemption for everything. I hope she's the one. Hey, listen, if they can let Mercedes hold it for that day, oh, Lordy, I got to hear from this bald-headed nerd in the Gates of Agony. Well, it looks like the demand wants the conglomeration for the trios belt, especially after what happened earlier tonight in the buy-in. Well, it looks like. Oh, but here's Taz. So I guess Nigel had to switch out for a bit. So it looks like we're going to have to be joined by Taz with Excalibur and Tony Schiavone. Well, it's going to be interesting with Maya World, but congratulations to her. Very interesting where her reign's going to go. And also it made Death Before Dishonor really interesting. So could she get 2 belts? Oh my God. Could she get the 2 belts? Whoa, man. That would be insane if she got 2 belts for the end of the year. That would be insane. Well, yes, Jeff Betterling, you were right. Because sometimes Nigel and Taz switch over, but happily. Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, the story's right there and it's built in stone. But we're shifting from one championship match to another. We have the AEW Tag Team Champions, Edge and Christian, taking on Claudio Castagnoli and Pac. And it's a good thing that it's a build-up right now because we're going to take a little bit of a break. So we're going to get our palates clean, go to the bathroom, get our fluids in, everything else, because we have a tag team match happening. And I'm very happy to introduce this new concept that we have for Women's Wrestling Talk, the Women's Wrestling Archive that celebrates the past, the present, and the future of women's wrestling.
Women's wrestling didn't just show up yesterday in glitter boots. We've been here the entire time, body slamming through history.
The Women's Wrestling Archive launches 2026, and it's going to pave the way for all women's wrestling.
Because if we don't document it, a man might think he did it first.
This has been a passion project for a very long time. Head over to the womenswrestlingarchive.com to donate 1, 5, or whatever you can. It all goes a long way.
Let's give these women the spotlight that they've always deserved.
Her story belongs in history. Help us preserve it today. Join us at womenswrestlingarchive.com. Support the archive. Support women's wrestling. Donate today.
Ooh, support the Women's Wrestling Archive, the past, the present, and the future of women's wrestling. But I'm going to get up and go to the restroom really quick. So I'm going to get a quick stretch in and everything else before the next match and be back here shortly. happy I made it back just in time for the tag team match. But it's always nice to get a good stretch after you sit for a couple hours. It's nice to get that stretch in that you need. But here we go. We have the AEW Tag Team Championships on the line. We have Edge and Christian taking on Claudio Castagnoli and Pac. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning this. And as I can tell, they took out Christian because Christian still on the floor and they're working on Edge. It's going to be interesting with these dynamics because, as you know, the Dogs and the Deathfires are in alliance with each other, and they've been attacking not just Edge and Christian, but also been attacking the Bang Bang Gang as of late. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I know, it's crazy. Well, yes. It's crazy. And we're almost at 9:30. And after this, we have Andrade versus Mark Davis for the AEW National Championship. We have the AEW Women's Championship. We have Kenny and Kevin Knight. And we have Tommaso Ciampa and Chris Jericho. It's hard to believe we have 4 matches left. Crazy. And it's almost 9:30. So we may be done by around 11. Which I'm not mad about. I'm not mad about it. Claudio's trying to take out Edge's arm, but Edge is trying to put as much counters. And Claudio's trying to put Edge to sleep. You can't be mad. Exactly. You can't be mad at that. At least you get out by midnight. Which that seems like a reasonable time to get out, like midnight. I know. It's very interesting. The tag team titles are on right now. Depending. It has. I feel like it has been a pace so far. And with the fact, too, this is the first time that they're doing a July pay-per-view. And I hope they keep Redemption for next year. If it's not in July, I'm hoping it's like it replaces or puts in another month. Jag has made it Christian. He's taking out Pac. Especially after the beatdown they gave him on Dynamite last week. But Edge and Christian returned the favor last night on Collision. It's interesting. Christian was hated by everyone. But I think because of his friendship with Edge, it really made him closer. Oh, Lord, he's biting Pac's head off. I guess he's still mad after what happened on Dynamite last week. Nice DDT by Christian. Quick kick out by Pac. Claudio and Christian's biting Claudio's head off. Headbutt. Headbutt onto the Death Riders within each other. That's hilarious. What's Christian doing? That's an interesting move that Christian's doing, especially for his age. Slap by Pac. Man, Christian kicked Claudio. That's the one thing about Christian. He doesn't take a lot of BS from anybody. I take it out both. And he's helping out his partner. He's helping out his partner and friend, Edge. It's just crazy that they've been friends for so long. They've been friends for so long, and they still maintain that friendship. I know with the saga with Matt Hardy and Edge and Lita kind of escalated to that, because I know it did affect not only Christian, it also affected Jeff, especially with the bond that they had. But I know years later they reconciled, because that was pretty messy at that time. Retire. Oh, yes, retire. I actually want Edge and Christian to retain. Well, no offense, Moza. I could care less about what the narcs online have to say, because they don't know what they want. They just want to complain and everything else, and they don't know what they want. And Claudio's returned the favor. He just bit Christian's head off. We all want Edge and Christian. I do too. Because I want them to continue their reign. I want them to face off against all tag teams in AEW. I want them to face against all. What is with everybody biting people's heads off? Intense close up at Pac. Like I said, ever since Pac came back, he's just been so dragged. Oh, yes. We can't forget about the Young Bucks. It was a great women's match, Jeffrey. I think it was. And I don't think anybody expected My World to retain, really. I don't think anyone expected it, because people thought Sheeta was going to retain. But it was a nice shocker that'll leave people talking. I enjoyed it. And she won it on her birthday. And it made Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor more interesting. And I'm going to tell you something. If My World is the reason Ring of Honor gets their TV deal, you're welcome. Because I would laugh that to the bank. Tag is made to Claudio, double team onto Christian. They're really going to work on a Christian. Facts. Yes, Jeffrey, that's a fact. I'm going to tell you something. She gets them the Ring of Honor TV deal. You heard it here, folks, right here. You're welcome. Sharpshooter. Claudio's putting on Christian. Man, he put that sharpshooter in lightly. And it's interesting how everything weaves over, because like I said, the Bang Bang Gang's in a feud with the Dogs, and you have the Death Riders included in there, and then they attacked Edge and Christian because Edge and Jay White have mutual respect for one another. Christian doesn't trust Jay White, which that's also another layer of things. It's just interesting. Please, I'm getting you. Get that. Oh, trust me, Jeffrey. I'm hoping after this he gets his wrist fixed before heading into Wembley. Plus, I want to see Edge and Christian continue their reign and face off against tag teams. I just want them to see the face off against different tag teams in the division, because there are more tag teams outside of the Young Bucks and FTR, you know. I'm just saying. That was a nasty uppercut by Claudio. Claudio's taking Edge. He just took him out of here.
Pac, man. See, ever since Pac returned, he's just so jacked. And I love that he's having good singles matches. Quick kick out by Pac. Stomp by Claudio. Yeah, that would be fun. Because like I said, Luchasaurus is injured, so Jurassic Express is a little bit on hiatus. Private Party's hurt. Don't ask me regarding my guys, the Acclaimed, because we'll see what's happening brewing over there. I would love to see the Ops take on Edge and Christian. I would love to see the Infantry, the Gates of Agony. And I know the Outrunners are the Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions, but it would be nice to see the Outrunners. Edge looks exhausted. He does look a little bit exhausted. The poor guy. What's it, Claudio? They're trying. Yeah, but what are they doing? Oh, Edge is back. The poor guy looks so exhausted. Claudio, well, Edge, he took out Claudio, so bye-bye. Edge is, Christian trying to make a tag, but Edge is nowhere to be found. Well, Edge is crawling. Christian's trying to make a tag to his friend. Tag is made to Edge. Edge is trying to put work in on both Claudio and Pac. Well, I'm going to tell you something. If these guys don't win, it's going to be a not so great night for the Death Riders. It's happened in 2005. I'll be over with. 2005. How about 2001 or 2002? Edge. Man, Edge is putting on a clinic. Education. That's what I used to call it. The execution. Execution again. Quick kick out by Claudio. All right, Edge taking out Claudio. Roll up by Pac. 1, 2. Oh, he tried to use the foot. Oh, thank God, referee. I think that's referee Bryce. Referee Bryce wasn't having it. You can't fool referee Bryce. Pac's trying to have a fight with referee Bryce. He's just shoving Pac. I was saying this is a good solid tag team match so far. Edge is like, where's Christian? Edge is like, where's Christian? You know, it's funny. We're in their home country of Canada. So you know they're going to have the hometown crowd behind them. Sometimes you see some Canadians in matches. We got to see Speedball. We're seeing Edge and Christian. Then we see Kenny in the main event. Kenny's going to get a rapture of a reaction later on tonight. Pac and the Death Riders. Oh, man. Clicking out. There's Christian. Oh, they do Christian out. See, Jeffrey, you're right. Christian needs to take care of that arm. Hopefully he'll take care of it for All In. I would have loved the finish. What do you mean I would have loved the finish? Well, there's Pac. Let's see. Jeez. Oh. Edge putting on the crossface. There's Claudio. Christian saying, "You can't stop me." See, quote unquote friends on screen. That's why they support each other. Man, Claudio's throwing Christian like a rag doll. It's good. It's a good tag team match so far. Jeff Merling, we will see the Willow Nightingale later on, but I have a feeling that match may be co-main event. Uppercuts all around, rotating uppercuts. Everyone gets a uppercut. Ring around. Oh! And what's this? Ooh. Spear! Christian taking a playbook off his friends, and another spear. 3. All right, so your winners. Edge and Christian are still the tag team champions, so all's well and ends well. Yay! They're still the champs. Now they turn their attention to All In Wembley Stadium, and I guess, well, we're going to have to see the Young Bucks in the tag team title picture again. Yay! I mean, I'm happy Edge and Christian retained, but I just want to see them go up against other tag teams. That's not FTR or the Young Bucks, but it's not about what I want, what ticket sells. In the song of the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you need. So I'm just going to have to roll with it, I guess. Well, congratulations to Edge and Christian on retaining. Trying to get up, figure out where are we. Such a wonderful moment in Canada. So we have 2 Canadians that competed. We're just waiting on one more, which is Kenny Omega, which he will be competing in the main event. That place is going to be Rapture when Kenny comes out. Especially coming as the AEW World. Hold on. Well, here comes the yups. What did I tell you? After beating Jon Moxley and Will Ospreay, I'm going to tell you something. And I've been saying this for the last couple of weeks. I don't trust the Young Bucks one bit since they interacted with Edge and Christian. I have a feeling they are up to something. I have a feeling. I can't trust them. Even Christian doesn't trust them. And I don't normally agree with Christian, but it's official. At All In Wembley Stadium, it'll be Edge and Christian taking on the Young Bucks. Yay! You can tell I'm sarcastic because yay! I'm being sarcastic. I'm not interested. I should not say I'm not interested, but it's like, do we really need to see them? Look at Christian. Christian's like, nah. Christian, good. Yeah. I'm being sarcastic with my yay because it's like, oh, yay, we're going to see it. I mean, on paper, it would have been a dream match if I wanted it like a year ago, but I guess you got to get what sells. That's why I don't trust the Young Bucks one bit. I mean, I'm happy about Wembley, but I don't trust the Young Bucks one bit because I feel like somebody's going to pull that trigger. So we shall see. We shall see. And let me tell you something. If FTR tried to interfere in that match, oh boy. Wow. Well, congratulations, Edge and Christian. They've retained, and now we got our second match at All In London. Edge and Christian taking on the Young Bucks for the AEW Tag Team titles. And tickets are still on sale now for All In Wembley Stadium. All right, so the official theme song for Redemption is Unforgiven by The Pain of Truth, which is available now on Spotify or Apple Music. So I'm happy they're doing theme songs now. But up next, we got the no holds barred between the Painmaker Chris Jericho against Tommaso Ciampa. Oh my. And if you know New Japan, you know who the Painmaker is. Gabby, you going Pennywise? Now they're showing the pro. Oh my god. Funny they're showing archive footage of when he was the Painmaker on the early years of AEW, from Moxley to Eddie. Yeah. It was during the pandemic when AEW first started, because he faced off against Mox, he faced off against Eddie Kingston. Many people. Well, here comes the Psycho Killer. Just please keep him far, far away from drillers, because I don't want to see nobody get drilled. Seriously, I do not want to see anybody get drilled, because I've seen a lot of gruesome stuff, but I don't want to see no one get drilled. But here comes the Psycho Killer, Tommaso Ciampa. I'll say, yes, he can. Chris Jericho can reinvent himself no matter what. But feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. Do you have Ciampa winning, or do you have Jericho winning? I mean, obviously, of course, after we did both predictions on Friday, of course, I'm going to pick Chris Jericho to win. It's hard to believe we only have 3 matches left. We have Mark Davis versus Andrade. And it looks like I have no idea. Oh, and here comes Renee Paquette doing her sideline reporting about this match. Nice to see her outside of in the corner. But it's hard to believe after this we have Andrade versus Mark Davis for the AEW national title. And obviously the women's title is going to co-main event. And then we have Kenny coming back home to his home country against Kevin Knight. And I'm going to say this because people think MJF is going to interfere. I think Darby Allin may cost Kevin Knight the match, because after what happened on Dynamite and the footage that showed Darby irate, it's far from over between Darby and Kevin Knight. Way far from over. And here comes the Painmaker. Enter the Painmaker. Because he used that when AEW first started. The early years. And also if you know him from New Japan. Look at his bat. Oh my god, he got a barbed wire. Who remembers? I'm the king of the world. Me. I remember I'm the king of the world. I remember it. I'm the king of the world. And I remember the song by Saliva. You're the king of my world. I still have that on my playlist and I play it every now and then. Nice. 16 and a half minutes. I'm glad. Look at that. I'm not gonna lie. I like Jericho's jacket. I like his jacket, and he has a scarf. The mask, not so much. The hat I like, but I do like the jacket, and I like the scarf, and I like the pants. Oh boy. Look at Tommaso Ciampa looks like it hasn't faded in one bit. Look at Jericho. And I'll never forget Nigel's reference. It was the studio. It was a movie, a Clock House. Hold on, let me see. 60 minutes to 20. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. A Clockwork Orange is the movie. And that's like one of the most scariest movies of all time. A Clockwork Orange. Because if you know the segment, you know. I know. 16 minutes for a TBS title. That's why I smell something fishy. Because anytime Mercedes gets a match, it's over 20 minutes. But the rest of them, it's like below 20. Or can't hit the 20-minute mark. I don't know. I mean, look, if you say you're a supporter of women's wrestling, you got to do it evenly. Unless they knew ahead of time. So I don't know what happens backstage. But here we go. Poor Aubrey. She's going to be refereeing this match. God bless her little soul. But here we go. We have a no-holds-barred match between Tommaso Ciampa, Chris Jericho. Feel free to put in the chat who you guys got. Do you have the Painmaker winning? Or do you have the Psycho Killer winning? You already know who I'm picking in this match. Oh, man. The chair and the steel bat. But Ciampa prevails. As long as I don't see no drilling machines near Ciampa, I'm fine. Because I don't need to see that. No, Jeff Mitterling. Jericho's not married to Aubrey Edwards. Jericho is already married to his wife for more than 20 years. When he first, oh yes, that is Pretty Tailback similar. And you know what's crazy? We're in August. And a special milestone for Chris Jericho happened in August where he debuted in WWE. And oh my goodness. What does the Painmaker have in store? Sand. Oh, yes. He threw sand on Ciampa's face after what happened at Beach Break. Oh, that's really smart. Because if you remember when they faced off against each other, he threw sand at Jericho. Smart that he kept that sand. And that it traveled very well. Oh my god. stop the match, but also provide a pinfall too. Somebody's got to win. Okay, what's Ciampa? Oh, he's bringing out a table. Tommaso with that smile. Oh, the Paymaker has fire extinguisher. Spray that fire extinguisher, Paymaker. That's why Tommaso Ciampa needs water. You got that fire extinguisher too. Hey, Ciampa, here's a more fire extinguisher for you. That's a photo. That's a photo right there. That is a photo right there. Oof. But this has been so fun. It's hard to believe there's only 3 matches left, but I want to thank everybody for joining with me on AEW Redemption. I know people say a lot of things when it comes to AEW, pretty much even the pettiest comment possible, but I'm happy that you guys are staying with me. I know some of you don't watch AEW on a week-to-week basis, but I'm happy that you're joining with me in the chat. It's been some good matches so far. I mean, match of the night for me so far is Kyle Fletcher and Bandido for the AEW National Championships. And yes, I'm showing them some love, but also got to give them constructive feedback as well, because I want to see their AEW women's division grow. I want to see them thrive. I want to see them get 20-minute matches, not 16, boss man. I'm just saying, I want them evenly and give them proper storylines they need to finish. Oh my God. Tommaso Ciampa drilled the Paymaker, and it looks like Ciampa's holding on to his knee. Well, that's an honest answer, Jeff. But like I said, I'm really happy I get to spend some time with all of you for Redemption. This is the first year they're doing it. I mean, look, you're going to have people that are going to whine and moan and complain about everything, but you're just a viewer and a watcher. You don't work in the office. You don't know how they feel. So everything else. And for me, just learning about the ins and outs, I would love to be backstage doing creative work, creating good storyline, just really thinking outside the box, saying, you know what, that doesn't work. What can I do to change it a little bit? And just figure out some fun ideas and everything else. But, you know, it's a learning curve. And I'm really happy, not doing just watch alongs, but interview some of the wrestlers, doing commentary in the independent scene, trying to be a jack of all trades, by the way, and not listening to the dirt sheets, because some dirt sheets are not that great. They're not that great at all, period. So I'm happy to be in a space that celebrates women's wrestling. We're thriving. We're doing everything we can. And we got a lot of stuff to handle. We're showing love to AEW. I mean, after the news of WWE Radio, which is launching tomorrow, we definitely want to show love to everybody. Definitely showing love to not just AEW, but showing love to TNA. Very happy I got to do NWA last night. It was a great show. Best way to spend a Saturday night. And also see Billy Corgan. Yes, the Billy Corgan in the ring. Because I didn't realize. I knew he was a short man. I did not know he was that short in real life. But very happy to obviously see Natty. But it looks like it's a hockey stick. Tommaso Ciampa is choking the Paymaker with a hockey stick. I don't know what's happening. NWA was so fun. It was definitely fun. I would love to cover media for them and for future shows. It's just great. Well, it looks like there's hockey references since we are in Uh-oh. Is that? Yep. It looks like the Pittsburgh Penguins. Yeah, Pittsburgh Penguins. And I don't even watch a lot of hockey. Yeah. Oh man, well, man, you just attacking the mascot of I forget what's the Canada team for Canada's hockey team, but yeah, those are the no Boston. I know a little bit. I mean, the only team I know is the Flyers. I know because of the jersey he has on. Is that the Boston or Pittsburgh? I mean, I know a little bit of hockey. I mean, I know the New York Rangers. I know the Philadelphia Flyers. But yeah, they're booing the heck out of him because of that jersey. And they were hitting the poor the stuffed animal, which had the mascot. But it looks like Jericho's returned the favor on hitting him with a hockey stick. And also, fact 2, if you did not know, his daddy was also a great hockey player from back in the day. He's all out to the mascot. He knows this. He knows this. That's a little mascot. Little fact if you did not know, his daddy played hockey back in the day. He'll be lucky if there's a I know, right? Canada, I will say the one thing about Canada, they're very passionate when it comes to hockey. Because I know the Toronto Blue Jays, they're a baseball team. But they're very, very passionate when it comes to hockey. Don't say ifs, ands, or buts. They are passionate when it comes to hockey. What's in the bag for Jericho? Please don't let it be thumbtacks. Oh, hockey pucks. Thumbtack hockey pucks. Dear God. This is going to drive me crazy because I need to look this up, what Ciampa is wearing, because I think it's Pittsburgh. Yes, definitely. Yeah, Jericho's taking off that jersey. Let me see something. No, that's not the Pittsburgh Penguins, so it has to be. Yep, the Boston Bruins. That's the ice hockey team. Because I was like, I know that's not the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's the Boston Brewers. That's even worse. That's even worse. Why would you put on a jersey, especially in Boston? Put the men and children to bed. Oh, Lordy. What the heck is that? Oh, I think they use that for hockey. Eee. Put the women and children to bed. I don't think the women and children are going to go to bed. Poor Ciampa. Poor Ciampa. He's like shaving his bald head, and Ciampa's busted open. I don't think you need to put the women and child to bed, only because one, it's summer, it's not a school night, and oh yeah, that's the Boston Bruins jersey. Throw that in the trash. Thank God it wasn't Pittsburgh Penguins. And the crowd are on their feet. They're like, good. Spots of Ciampa is so bloodied. Yeah, it was like Jericho didn't wear a jersey. That was Ciampa. And it was the Boston Bruins hockey jersey. I just looked that up because I was like, I'm familiar with a little bit of hockey. Like, I'm familiar with the Philadelphia Flyers, the New York Rangers. Well, mostly the Flyers because I live close to Philly. But Jericho took off a barbed wire table. What's next? Are you going to put that table on fire? Yes, first bloodshed of the pay-per-view. Well, at least I will say with this no holds barred match is not too gruesome. That makes me happy to see. What's Ciampa doing here? Yeah, he got that thumbtack hockey puck. You had the balls to wear that jersey. I know, crazy that you had the balls to wear that again. Of all places. And they're very, very passionate when it comes to hockey. Look at Ciampa. Look, like blood is like flowing in the back of his head. I feel. Oh. Sorry about that. Quick kick out by Jericho. I'm staying away because there's 3 more matches left. But I'm going to feel bad for whoever's the next match after this because I got to clean up all that blood and thumbtacks. Ooh, there's a thumbtack inside of Jericho's head. I hope they takes it off. I hope Aubrey takes it off. Now, what's in the bag? What's in that bag? Oh, boy. A knee pad filled with thumbtacks. What's Jericho doing? He's trying to put the walls of Jericho in. And he did. Tommaso is walking. And he got his foot on the rope. I meant arm on the rope. But it looks like he didn't. And he got this bat. Ooh, he hit Jericho with it. I'm pretty sure that actually hurt. Yeah, I feel bad for whoever's the next match after this because they got to clean up all this and get ready for the next one. Ugh. What's Jericho doing? Oh my God, he drilled Tommaso Ciampa through that barbed wire table. Oh my God. Well, at least the match is not too gruesome. And it's hitting some of the marks, trying to be entertaining. A little bit violence, a little bit crazy. Nothing too dramatic. Oof, Ciampa's hurt. I know, they say they're bleeding like stuffed pigs. Quick kick out. I know, he's bleeding the most. Oh, Lordy. What? He's stabbing him? What's Jericho doing? There's a reason why he's called the Painmaker. What's Jericho doing? Oh my God. Is that the mirror? It looks like the mirror he's used in the past. Not just in the early years of AEW, but New Japan. Looking at its reflection with a smile and an evil smile on his face. That's like a clockwork orange. Throat callback. Don't worry, Matt definitely is going to end soon. Oh. Ciampa's like, oh boy. Gave a low blow in the chair. What's he gonna do here? What's Ciampa gonna do? What's he gonna do? Oh my God. No! Smack him through the glass. What am I saying? Jericho's used to doing this. But he's laughing about it. That's a sinister part. Waking up by Jericho. That's a sinister. Please don't. Please don't tell me there's no drill in this. Oh my God. And Jericho likes this stuff. Oh my God. Ciampa, please, 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 not the drill. Please put the damn drill down. Please. I do not want to see that drill. I do not want to see the goddamn drill. What is with him and these? What is with him and these drills? I mean, I can sit through a lot of things. Oh my God. Please, please, not the drill. He's missing him. Thank God. I do not want to see a drill. That's a Judas effect. Quick kick out by Tommaso Ciampa. Well, you see the no holds barred clockwork orange bloodbath. What's Jericho doing? He's got a mirror, a bar mirror with the Rainmaker. Oh, Lordy. I know Jericho. Yeah, I know. The way he laid out that stuffed animal is hilarious to see. Uh-oh. All right. Well, let's wrap this up because, like I said, we have 3 more matches left. Oh, he has a knee pad. Oh, man. That's it. Quick kick out by Ciampa. He does not want the end. Jericho, please! Please, on the drill! Please! I swear. Please, on the drill. God, no, please! Please! Please tell me when it's over! Please, please, please! I do not want want to see the drill. I do not want to see the drill. Ooh, whose idea was it? Whose idea was this? Oh, please don't. I hope they do not share that replay again. I was not. Your winner of this match looks like is Chris Jericho. Ciampa, his head. Thank God Jericho won. Please, please, please. I do not want to see a replay of it. Please do not show the replay. Get Dr. Sampson to help out Ciampa. I do not want to see that replay. Oh, and he got the stuffed animal to the Jericho. Oh my God. It was gruesome until they brought the drill. I was like, I do not want to see the drill. I don't know whose idea it was to bring that power drill. Don't ever bring a power drill. Thank God they're not showing the replay. What's Jericho doing? Please. Yeah, no replay was needed. Oh, we have Mick Foley, and he's with the Divine Dominion, the tag team champion. Oh, he grabbed a seat for Mick Foley. Ah, the girls with the bird. Mick Foley's just a treasure. Mick is just a treasure. Trust me, my gals, the Brawling Birds, are gonna beat the piss out of the Divine Dominion. I'm sorry, Jeffrey, but the Divine Dominion are underestimating my birds. And if Willow wins tonight, not only she has to deal with Mercedes and Divine Dominion, she's gonna need some help on my flock of Brawling Birds. But up next, we have the AEW National Championship. We have Mark Davis taking on Andrade. Whew. Oh my God. I don't even know. I don't even want to look on socials right now because I'm pretty sure people are going to post that gruesome between Jericho. I don't even want to see it, to be honest. I really, really, really don't want to see it.
Well, here we go. Yeah, so oh, look at the promo they're doing on Andrade. I love it. And of course, he has the lady. I love that he's capitalizing on the how you know. I love it. I love that he's capitalizing on it. It's all well, I don't know about confidence, but they're underestimating my brawling birds. Oh my God, look at this. All the ladies that he interacted with the last several months is insanity from Andrade. Just trying to move this a little bit. I love that Andrade is capitalizing off of this. It is so fun to see. I know, they had Mick bowing down. That's funny. Well, both, I mean, I don't know about WWE, but they've been taking shots at WWE when they first started, which that's fine. But we're focused on, well, Jeff Merling, we haven't found out what matches are going to be on for Dynamite. Probably know either right before the main event or probably during the media scrum on what matches we have for Dynamite. Oh my God. Thank God I did not see the drill. Ooh, and Andrade still has MJF's ring, and I think I know what feud MJF is going to be in when he comes back. Because it ain't going to be for the AEW World title. It's going to be against Andrade. Because he has his ring. And here comes the reigning and defending AEW National Champion, Mark Davis. I will say Mark Davis has been holding on in his own as a single star because he teamed up with Jake Doyle. Then Jake Doyle got injured, and Mark Davis has been holding up as a single star, been doing his thing, and happy to see him do singles work. So, but yeah, Mark Davis is starting to prove himself. I mean, he was in an eliminator match for the AEW Continental Championship against Jon Moxley. He won the AEW National Championship. Pretty much been on a roll. I can't knock Mark for that. But feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. Do you have Mark Davis retaining, or do you think Andrade is going to take the steal? Because I love that he's capitalizing on the how you know. It just is top notch. Yeah, like I said, I'm still trying to get over the no holds barred match. It's just, I'm trying to cleanse it because after this, we have 2 matches left. And it's almost 10:30. But here we go. Andrade wasted no more time. We have the AEW National Championship. Andrade taking on Mark Davis. And these guys are going to go at it so quickly. I ain't mad at it if it goes at 11:30 because at least I get to go to bed right before midnight. I ain't complaining. I do like the 7 o'clock start time. They should think about this for future references, especially if they're going to move back to Saturdays. I wouldn't be mad at it, especially with the fact too, Ospreay has to work football season, and it depending on where the Jaguars travel, that could be good for him. So I'm not complaining. But I think hopefully it'll be good for him if they do move it up early to 7, because at least it gives him some travel time, because I know the Jaguars are going to be traveling to London this year, doing international games, obviously on the road. So hopefully it does help, because I'm not complaining. I actually like it. It's just hard to believe we started at 7 o'clock. Nice agility by Mark Davis. I have to give him credit on that. Oh, and I meant to say this earlier because
Jon Moxley is the reigning AEW Continental Champion. I had to think about this because he's had that title for a while. He's been a fighting champion, and I know I have Jeffrey has a high Inspector Andrade. Honestly, I picked Andrade too to win. It would be nice for Andrade to get singles gold. But anyways, I was thinking because Jon Mox is the AEW Continental Champion, and I was thinking in my head on who's his next challenger. I would have said say Jay White a month or two ago, but I think Jay White has some other business he has to handle. And it dawned on me on who the person that should dethrone Jon Moxley. Hangman Adam Page. Because with the fact Hangman can't challenge for the AEW title no more, but he can also challenge for other different titles and get on different side quests. And we still need to find the unfinished story, especially after what happened between Hangman and Will Ospreay, and obviously his best friend Kenny Omega. Because I don't think Hangman's confronted Will Ospreay yet. So I could see Hangman being the person to dethrone Jon Moxley for that Continental Championship. And it gives him another side quest to do. That's not the world title. And I wouldn't be bad at it. But that was just something that I thought of. Or, and this is something I put on my bold predictions. Ooh, nice workaround by Andrade. This is something I put on my bold predictions earlier this year. And also with the fact, too, we have not seen Swerve since Forbidden Door. And this is all my bold predictions. I have Swerve and Hangman winning the tag team titles before the end of the year, which I was kind of chuckling about it because I was like, could this really happen? And then I was like, nah. And look at Andrade. He's with another female, taking a picture with the ladies and everything. Andrade is such a ladies' man, but I'm happy he's getting the single stuff he works. Yep. He's getting all the ladies, even Canadian ladies. Andrade, focus on the ring. Stop being on cloud 9. Stop drinking the love potion number 9. That's an old song from back in the day. Love potion number 9. He is a ladies' man. And it shows. But don't underestimate Mark Davis. And you know what? And also with the fact too, and also I just realized, yeah, Aubrey's doing double duty. She may do triple duty. Oh boy. Hold on for a quick second.
staying awake a little bit. I had to stretch out my legs. I don't know how I do these things, especially for 5 hours, but this is like bread and butter for me, but I can handle it like a champ. I will say Mark Davis has been handling it on his own, which I love and adore. Okay. Mark Davis has been handling on his own. See, Andrade, Mark Davis, they're all putting chops in. I know, I have to let the blood circulate. Got to make sure I get the stretches in and everything else. It's always a hard part when you have watch-alongs for so long. You want to make sure you have the stretch and have the blood flowing and everything else. But we will take one more break right before the AEW Women's Championship match, because that is definitely co-main eventing with Kenny. Hard to believe after this we have 2 matches left. That is insane. And it's only 10:30. What shirt? Oh, I'm wearing a Sailor Moon shirt. Sailor Moon is definitely something I grew up with when I was a kid. I always try to see. It's hard to find memorabilia in the stores for Sailor Moon, but I'm very happy with that. So I try to find as much memorabilia as I can, but most of the time I have to find online. But Sailor Moon will always have a special place in my heart because I watch the series, I have the dolls, I have the movie, I used to collect the toys and everything. So good. Shout out to Maria in the chat for joining in. You're hanging with me, your PR princess, your timeless elite, with you for AEW Redemption. We started at 7 o'clock, so we're doing pretty good. I know, Boza, exactly. It's funny, I haven't seen a complaint about Mania, especially for it to be in 2 days. I have no complaints when it comes to AEW. I just kind of wish they reduce their matches a little bit. Minimum would be 7 and 8. How you know? Oh my goodness. I just love how Andrade is just capitalizing with his catchphrase. Like, how you know? I just love it. And then he's trying to do the Amigos. Yes, and I love the Powerpuff Girls. That was one of the things I loved about Cartoon Network. It had Cow and Chicken, which was a very interesting cartoon. Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Ed and Eddie, Courage the Cowardly Dog, the Powerpuff Girls. Cartoon Network had it down. And then, of course, on Fridays, I would be so excited for Fridays because it had Cartoon Fridays, where it had everything from new episodes to let people know about Fridays. It was just like the Friday spot. It was kind of similar when Saturday night had Snick. It was Friday nights for Cartoon Network. And I love that. I just love those things as a kid where it got you excited the end of the week, watching TV and everything else. It just made me so excited. But yeah, this is my Sailor Moon shirt. Oh yes, nostalgia cartoons were so good. They're so good. Even to this day, I would still watch them every now and then. Quick kick out by Mark Davis. Yes, and Boomerang. Can't forget about that. And also, Bo, to answer your question, I just think sometimes, not to take away from any content creators, because there are some doing great work. There are just some that I don't know why, like, you would complain about every single pay-per-view if you're watching it. I mean, all you have to do is not do a watch-along for the pay-per-view. You're going to complain about it. That's the thing.
For me, I'm okay with doing watch-alongs. I just have to make sure my legs stretch and I get my caffeine in. And it's funny because some of the panel on my WWT saying, I don't know how Courtney lasts for 5 hours or 6 hours or anything else. But usually I make sure I have snacks with me. I have sweets with me. I have some caffeine in me. Everything else in between. So I have to make sure I get my energy in. But you know how it feels when your body, quick kick out by Andrade. It just how you feel when your body gets close to the end. I'm trying to stay awake. Especially I'm looking forward to both matches co-main eventing, the AEW Women's title and the AEW World Heavyweight title with Kenny and Kevin Knight. I think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans. I can see Darby coming in. Maybe MJF, depending on how he is. But like I said, I could see Hangman go for that Continental Championship belt because he said he can't go for the world title. So why not with Mox? And also, Hangman still has to confront not only Kenny, but also Will Ospreay too. And also, hopefully, we get to see Swerve. What's Andrade doing? We have. Oh boy. Can't go wrong with a simple strip show or wardrobe malfunction. CJ Harris 3880 put out a question. Kurt and Brock or Taker? Oh God. That's an interesting one. That's a hard one to do. That's Andrade. Oh, nice move talk by Andrade. Hopefully he doesn't hit his head. Jeffrey's like, how you know? That's funny. Now if I put a theory in, people are gonna be like, how you know? And I'm so happy Andrade has a shirt that says, how you know? I just love that he's capitalizing it. And I hope he's on I hope he guest stars on a series on HBO Max. That would be pretty cool. Ooh, that's nice. Quick kick out by Mark Davis. Let's see. Best year of wrestling, in your opinion. Oh, best era. That's always very tough because there's so many eras. I'm not going to say Attitude Era because that's a bit of a stretch, but I would probably have to go with the Rock and Wrestling era. Oh, Lordy Andrade taking off the pants. I would probably say when the 80s hit and they crossed over to mainstream. Let me see. What's Mark Davis doing? They're on its trucks. How you know? Oh, Lord. I'm so glad he's milking that cat phrase. How you know? I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Ooh, nice move by Andrade. What's Mark Davis going to do? Nice work around at one. Quick kick out by Mark Davis. Ooh, that was a nice move. Is this it? 3! And your winner and new AEW National Champion,
Andrade! He finally got AEW singles gold. And it's just been a bad, well, outside of Kyle Fletcher retaining War Dog. I don't care about Don Callis. Don Callis is probably whining and complaining, but Andrade did it. He got singles gold. And it's crazy. He's over that one catchphrase. How you know? CJ Harris 3 John Cena's biggest rival. It's so hard with John because there's been so many rivalries he had within the last year. I know people would say Edge or Orton, but I'm going to go with JBL as his biggest rival because when you see SmackDown when John first started, him and JBL got very personal. And I think people didn't start liking wrestling due to John back in like 2005, 2006. Yeah, Kurt Angle is another one, Maria, but like JBL, for some odd reason, him and John had this personal rivalry where it just like really took it to the next level, especially leading up to John's match at WrestleMania 21 for the WWE title. So I would say there's Kurt Angle, but I would say JBL was really brutal, especially on SmackDown. That was entertaining. But shifting gears, congratulations to Andrade. He is now AEW National Champion. And I hope he does capitalize on that. And that's funny, Jeffrey, you said, hey, Don Callis, how you know? Yes, Andrade is going to defend that on the Indies. I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for Andrade. He deserves everything. Well, I kind of knew Willow and Thekla were going to co-main event with the way they were building, so I'm happy. Look at Andrade. He's taking all pictures. But here we go. Oh, look at that. The lady that took a photo with Andrade. Everybody's celebrating. Congratulations to Andrade being AEW National Champion. Congratulations to him. Hopefully we get to see him defend it and represent AEW well. And his first singles goal. But ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 matches left. And look at that photo. That's like $1 million photo right there. That is $1 million photo. Oh, and Speedball Mike Bailey. Congratulations, Speedball Mike Bailey. He is the new number 1 contender for the AEW International Champion. And yes, Speedball is from Montreal, if you guys didn't figure out, folks. Oh, so Speedball Mike Bailey's calling a shot at Grand Slam Mexico in August against Kyle Fletcher for the AEW International Championship. He's calling a shot. Jeffrey, you're way too fast. I'm still on Speedball. Yes, we have a match 2 weeks in Grand Slam, Mexico. Speedball Mike Bailey taking on Kyle Fletcher. But up next, we have the AEW Women's Championship match. Thekla, Willow Nightingale. Yes, we found out. But I know the promo is happening right now, but we're going to take one more quick break because after this we have the main event. So I want to make sure we have all of our attentions and everything else. So if you haven't already, please make sure to check out the Women's Wrestling Archive that celebrates the past, the present, and the future of women's wrestling.
Women's wrestling didn't just show up yesterday in glitter boots. We've been here the entire time, body slamming through history.
The Women's Wrestling Archive launches 2026, and it's going to pave the way for all women's wrestling.
Because if we don't document it, a man might say he did it for me.
This has been a passion project for a very long time. Head over to the womenswrestlingarchive.com to donate $1, $5, or whatever you can. It all goes a long way.
Let's give these women the spotlight that they've always deserved.
Her story belongs in history. Help us preserve it today. Join us at womenswrestlingarchive.com. Support the archive. Support women's wrestling. Donate today.
Support everything for the Women's Wrestling Archive and everything else. And Jeffrey, I'm watching this from HBO Max. And yes, I had to deal with some buffering issues, but we're good to go. When there's a Willow, there's a way. I do love Willow's outfit. It's so cute. It's very cute. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the AEW Women's Championship match. And look at Willow. Even though she's smiling, she got that busted ear stitch from Wednesday on Dynamite by Thekla. But I think this is going to be a good match. The winner of this match will face off against Mercedes Moné at Wembley Stadium. And I will say this. I know I'm watching this from HBO Max and I had some buffering issues. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit behind, but I'm getting there. I'm on the entrances of Thekla and Willow Nightingale, but I want to make sure my eyes are in full attention for this match and Kenny versus Kevin Knight. I hope this match does get a good ample amount of time. Because like I said, if you can give the men 20 minutes, I think you can give this match in particular 20-minute tops. Shout out to Beep6437. And I know, Lynette, you asked me. I did hear about Lola Vice. And we were talking about Lola Vice earlier. I would not be shocked if she did go to SmackDown. Because it's a possibility. Because we've seen what's going on with Raw. And SmackDown's trying to find somebody. But we shall see. But feel free to put in the chat who you guys got winning the AEW. As long as she goes to... as long as... Oh, boy. Well, feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got winning. Do you think Tekla's going to retain, or do you think we'll have a new AEW Women's Champion? Just to let you know, and I just found this out, if Willow wins, she will be the first person from the women's division to be a Triple Crown champion. And I did say that she was going to be there. There's Mercedes Moné looking on. There's Justin Roberts. He's looking. And like I said, Mercedes Moné is in the balcony. And it's funny, I mentioned that she may be sitting in the balcony. Just because she's not competing does not mean she can make an appearance. I will tell you this. I have a feeling if Willow does win, people are thinking Mercedes is going to get the win.
Now, this is where it's going to get very interesting, because if Willow wins, I know people are going to give the edge to Mercedes, especially after what happened last year at All In Texas. But here's the thing. People don't realize there's a lot of deep story between Willow and Mercedes. People think Toni Storm is the biggest threat to Mercedes. No. Willow has always been her biggest threat, because either she's envious or she deep down, character-wise, doesn't like her, or there are a few qualities that Willow has that Mercedes doesn't. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. And I just looked up Willow's win-loss record against Mercedes. She's 2-1. Now, granted, I know people don't think that's the most tiniest, but there's going to be a lot of thoughts, especially on my watch along. I'm sure some of my co-hosts are really going to think that Mercedes is going to walk in and get the women's title. No. Because I'm going to tell you this. If she doesn't get it, well, I don't know. There's a lot of things. But we shall see what happens on the interesting road with Wembley Stadium. But I will say this. If it happens to be Willow and Mercedes, this is a better build-up than it was last year between Mercedes and Toni. With the fact they only had 6 weeks to do it, I just wish it was built up a little bit more, and they could have crossed paths a bit, even after Toni lost the title. But here we are. And like I said, I feel like for this one, it's a better build-up. So, here we go. We have the AEW Women's Championship between Willow and Thekla. Yeah, I can tell you Thekla is definitely going to go after that Stitch here. The one that she attacked on a Dynamite on Wednesday. Ooh, Willow hit a cannonball, but it looks like her lower back was hurting. Ooh, Thekla put a stomp in. Well, Thekla is known for bringing out the toxic persona. Thekla, she is ruthless in a way. That's why she's nicknamed the Toxic Spider. Yeah, it is bleeding a bit. You can tell Thekla is a little bit ruthless. She's always been that way since she first started. She has that toxicity. And I'm not going to lie, the feud between her and Stardom is pretty interesting to watch, because this is the most presence I've ever seen of Stardom in God knows how long since they've had the partnership with AEW. So it's nicely refreshing to watch. What's Thekla? Oh my God, Tekla's biting Willow's ear? My goodness. Like I said, there's a reason why she's called the Toxic Spider. And I met her at her first U.S. event last summer. Actually, no. Yeah, last summer it was. Ooh, kick to the ear. She is really targeting that ear. That's the one thing about Thekla. She will target a weak spot and she'll go right after it and take it. Maria asked me a question. Do you think the absence of Timeless Toni Storm has been a blessing in disguise for the women's division? You know, it's really interesting. Oh my God, it's a Thekla. She's biting off the ear. It's interesting to say this because I kind of say this after Toni Storm got attacked, because this is where creative and Tony really have to think outside the box because they can't depend on just Mercedes and Tony to run the division. You have other women that you could utilize and capitalize and picture them as stars. But unfortunately, I don't know what's going on in the back end because I do think each and every one of them have an opportunity to shine on their own. I don't know if it's like jealousy or envious or somebody doesn't want to share the spotlight. I don't know. But it's going to be very interesting when Tony comes back because Detective Courtney is going to reopen the case of who attacked Tony Storm because we're going to have a little bit of fun with this because I have some thoughts. What's Thekla going to do here? Ooh, nice close-up at Willow. So I think it's going to be interesting. And also paying attention to some of these ladies too. Because some of them probably took the opportunity out of nothing and capitalized after Tony got attacked. And there's certain clues that was left in the locker room on the night Tony Storm got attacked. Sheeta did it. You think Sheeta. I know some people said Mina. There's a lot of suspects. Lots of suspects. But Sheeta is definitely a good one because Tony and Hikaru Shida have a lot of past history. A lot of past history. People say Mina because it's always the least person you expected. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was Mina. Ooh, nice drop kick by Willow. Quick kick out by Thekla. I know when they showed I know when Willow showed that photo of that gruesome pick of the ear. It was a little bit grossy, but that's how the wrestlers, that's the lifestyle of a wrestler trying to deal with some gruesome stuff, especially on any type of body part. Ooh, Thekla, that was a nice counter that Thekla made. Nice clothesline. Ooh, Tekla's putting that submission hold in. Let's see what Tekla's going to do here. I smell a suplex off the top rope. Nice suplex off the top rope. And Thekla is just standing there in her toxic spider formation. Oh, man. She did Thekla on the turnbuckle. Nice kick by Thekla. Ooh, both ladies are down giving a clothesline. Or, I noticed something too. Maybe there is a fear because they probably think the women can outshine the men in AEW. I'm just saying.
That could be a factor. Mercedes doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't look pleased, but girl, you better not hold your guard down like you did last year, because you underestimated Tony Storm, lady. Oh God, Jeffrey. Yeah, because Jeffrey's 2-3 minutes ahead of me. And it's funny, I'm watching this at HBO Max, but I have a little buffering issues, but that's okay. It happens. Headbutt. Man, Thekla and Willow are really throwing punches at each other. She's pleased on the inside. Oh man, Thekla with a trip onto Willow. Oh man. See, look at Thekla. She got that spider web persona. That's why it's so scary. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty flexible. That's pretty flexible that Thekla did. And Willow has her hand on the top rope. But Tekla's not letting go. Thekla hits hard at Willow, bringing... Yeah, that's true. They're both bringing the same. What are they going to do here? Ooh, DDT on the ring apron, and Willow's like knocked out. Ugh. CEO suite. Well, yes, Jeffrey corrected. It's a CEO suite. Because when you have money like her, you can get a suite just like that. Let's be honest. What's Thekla going to do here? Off the top rope. Diving crossbody. And both ladies are down. Well, they better give their all. To pick up my Thekla. You can tell by the look on Thekla's face, she's just like, because I've seen her frustrated, but it's kind of crazy. Yes, please. Don't give me any spoilers because I know people are way fast ahead of me because I'm dealing with some buffer issues on HBO Max. So please, no spoilers. Oop, nice this one. One. Quick kick out by Thekla. Quick kick out by Thekla. What's Willow gonna do here? I think she's ready to bring on the pounce. Or the babe with the power bomb. One, No, because you know what? That's the same thing she did when she faced off against my girl Jamie Hayter. And I was pissed that Jamie Hayter didn't get a proper rematch. Well, she kind of did a fatal 4-way, but not a one-on-one. And I wanted her and Thekla to have a blood feud. Spinebuster by Willow. What is she doing? She's hitting that. Uh-oh. Well, you can see the Band-Aid is coming off of her ear. I will say, one of the few. Oh, that's a nice moonsault. And Willow ever does moonsaults, but of course it had to hurt with the shoulder in the past. Spear. Oh. She's going with the bang with the power bomb. Is she gonna do it? Two. Oh, and here come the Sisters of Sin. Sky Blue and Julia Hart. Please don't give me any spoilers. I'm trying to watch this match. The Sisters of Sin, Sky Blue. Well, I know Harley Cameron is injured. That's why she hasn't been there for a while. Harley Cameron's injured. And I think Chris Statlander is probably hurt. Ooh, she put the powerbomb on Sky Blue. But also she has to deal with Julia Hart as well. But look at the fans. They're trying to get behind Willow. See, this is why if Willow wins, she needs the Brawling Birds. Spear. Stomp. 1, 2, 3. And she did it. She did it. New AEW Women's Champion, Willow Nightingale. And with the fact she is the first woman from AEW to be Triple Crown champion. Because she already won the TBS title. She won the tag team titles. And now she's women's champion. And it's crazy. We are going to get actually Boza. I know. Oh, look, the corporation's there. And they got her a backpack. I'm a little behind, but I've seen my guy Orange Cassidy. They got the backpack. That part, Boza, because I was very upset with that transitional run when she lost the T-Best title. Apparently, this is actually part 3 in there. Actually, this is part 4 of Mercedes and Willow, per se. Hold on. No, I'm having issues in this from HBO Max. Hold on. Let me jump to live. Let me see if I can jump. Let me see if I can jump to live. Oh boy. Of course, my internet does not want to work. Here we go. Let me jump to live. I'm going to see if I can jump to live on this one because I am a little bit behind. Okay, here we go. I'm finally on Kenny and Kevin Knight, per se. Yeah, I don't know why, out of all things. Okay, I'm on the live part with Kenny and Kevin Knight. So yes, I think it's part 4 in a way, because the first time they met was New Japan. Second time was TBS title. Third time was a TBS title again, and this time it's number 4. So, but congratulations to Willow Nightingale. She got her backpack. The conglomeration's there to help. No, not this time, Jeffrey. Apparently, I was having a little bit of issues because I was having issues buffering with HBO Max. But thankfully, I am on the live. It is main event time. Who's coming out first? I do love the entrance of Kevin Knight. I'm not going to lie. It sounds like he changed his theme song in a way. But he changed his entrance. I'm not going to lie. Because when you're in the main event, you got to take it up a notch. But it does, his music, his entrance does sound different. But I am on time with everybody. Kevin Knight's coming out to the ring. So I do want to thank everyone else for joining with me, especially yes, Benjamin Lamping. I am so happy you decided to join, and it's your first time with AEW. I know I had a little bit of buffering issues, but congratulations to Willow Nightingale on winning the AEW Women's Championship. I just hope she has a good run as champion, and not like it was when she was CBS champion the first time, where she held it for less than a month to Mercedes. That's my little bit of concern. And it would not surprise me if Mercedes took a shot at it with the promo, but we will talk more about Mercedes and Willow, not just tonight, but also for Dynamite. And I'm sure some of my co-hosts for WWT Live will probably be saying, probably thinking this is be an easy win for Mercedes. And I was like, yeah, you said that last year, but there could be a lot of thoughts. But Willow Nightingale is the first Triple Crown champion for the women's division. That is very huge to say. And I'm very happy on that. But yes, Jeffrey, we have 2 new champions in the women's division. And the landscape is changing. And here comes the reigning and defending champion, Kenny Omega. Oh my. Here he comes in his home country of Canada. Ooh, and I love his purple pants. I do love his purple wrestling tights that he has on. Let me see. Yeah, I'm on the, hold on, let me see if I can jump to the live. Here we go. Kenny by God. Yes, it is. Kenny by God Omega. I mean, it would be a crime if he didn't wrestle in his home country of Canada. That would just be a crime. But, you know, with Kenny, ooh, shout out to Tony Hayes 9401. Thank you for joining on this watch on for AEW Dynamite. You're hanging out with me, your PR princess, your timeless elite, Courtney, with you on AEW Redemption. And oh boy, for the first year of Redemption, it delivered some highs, some lows, some head scratchers, but also some memorable moments to get you ready for Wembley Stadium, because we have 2 new champions in the women's division. So Tony Hayes 9401, the event actually started at 7 o'clock. It started at 7 o'clock this time, and we are finally at the main event. Kenny Omega, Kevin Knight for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship in Kenny's home country of Canada. So I'm very excited for this match. It's going to get You got that right. The Jet's gonna be doing some grounding and getting a slice of humble pie. And especially with the fact Darby Allin ain't done with him. Darby Allin ain't done with Kevin Knight. So that's gonna be very interesting. But there he is, the reigning and defending AEW World Heavyweight Champion, Kenny Omega. All right. Oh, look at Kevin. He says Kevin 2 belts, but I don't know. You're going to get grounded, sir. Sorry, I'm actually going to the WWT. Told you, Courtney, this is going to... Well, that too, Jeffrey. I'm okay with 11 or 11:30. I'm okay with that. But it's hard to believe we started at 7. Yes, you did, Jeffrey. And I'm finally on the live one. I pressed it going live. Oh, sorry. I'm on WWT Social. I'm posting about Willow and Maya World's victory. So I'm posting on WWT Socials now. It's just so exciting seeing Willow being the AEW Women's Champion, Maya World being the AEW Women's Champion, and she's facing off against Mercedes. And you can tell Mercedes wants her. Maybe this year she's learned how to be humble. Maybe. I mean, it could happen. And then I'm going to post about my world. Not surprised by Kenny. Kenny, here's the thing about Kenny. Kenny will put you in check. Kevin Knight, oof. Maybe she'll learn how to be humble. Well, Jeffrey's saying maybe. I mean, Boza, with all due, and I can say this to say, because I remember straight up, I shut it down right away. This is number 4. This is not the same Willow that Mercedes faced when she first came to AEW. Now, granted, and people don't know this, because I had to do the math myself. Willow is 2-1 against Mercedes overall, because I don't think people realize that, because Willow did beat her for the New Japan Strong, and she did beat her again when she reclaimed the TBS title. And obviously the one loss she had was when she lost the TBS title. So she's 2-1 basically, because people don't know of her record. And with the fact too, because people think Toni Storm is Mercedes' biggest threat. Willow has always been the bigger threat than Toni, because there are some things Mercedes probably doesn't like about Willow. And probably there is some qualities that Willow has that Mercedes is envious. Because there's a lot deeper story and deeper things that are happening. So get ready, folks.
Get your popcorn ready and everything else because, yeah, it's going to be something. But we shall see on that. But turning our attentions to the main event, I'm posting this on WWE socials of Willow and Maya World. It's so crazy. Maya World is the new TBS champion. She's now the face of TBS. I'm going to tell you something. She better start. Okay. I had to make sure I do those congratulatory photos. That's one thing I'll say about it. Oh, Jeffrey, be nice. Kevin is a very talented person. Be nice. Yes, she has. I think Willow can show the same grit. But it's the same thing. She can show the same grit. It's just going to be interesting how this is going to play out. Because there's a and also with the fact too, with Willow showing the same grit, because Mercedes does have the divine dominions, but Willow's gonna need some help. She's gonna need a pair of birds that can brawl, beat the piss out of people, drink beer, and don't take no crap from nobody. So it would be kind of cool for Willow to align herself with the brawling birds because Harley Cameron is injured. Chris Statlander, I'm hoping she's okay and she's not injured. But it's going to be very interesting how the road between Willow and Mercedes is going to look like. But I just can't believe Maya World. She won on her birthday. And also, don't be shocked if both Mercedes and Athena rain on their parades. Because obviously, of course, Maya World has her tag team partner Haya to back her up. Like I said, Willow's going to need the Brawling Birds to back her up as well. 1, 2, quick kick out by Kenny. But I'm very excited how the ladies' matches are going to end up. And it's going to be very intriguing for Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor as well. Because, come on, Courtney, get in there. Yes, I am. I would get in there with Willow, but I leave that to the Brawling Birds. They're going to do it. But like I said, Willow being the first woman to be Triple Crown champion, that's huge. You know, with everything that's been happening, people think like Mercedes can do all this, and this, but you can't take away what Willow has done in AEW. You can't take away what she did as a Triple Crown champion because that is huge. The same way I said with Darby Allin was champion. First person from AEW to be Triple Crown champion. Can't take away their accomplishments. And it's funny, we're seeing some of the current stars, and now we're seeing the future of AEW with Kevin Knight. But Kenny's going to give him a slice of humble pie. But I do think this is something where Kevin can show that he can wrestle with the big leagues. He wrestled against MJF. He wrestled against Darby Allin. He wrestled against Okada. Oh, yeah, absolutely. She is an AEW lifer. I'm not going to lie. I like Kenny's pants, and they're purple. They are purple. They're purple, by the way. And I love his wrestling tights attire. It's just so cute. And I like Kevin's attire where it matches the colors of Montreal. It's really, really dope. And you just have to pay attention to detail.
But I think this is going to show that Kevin can take it to the next level and be a future pillar within AEW. It's kind of the same way when Hangman was AEW World Champion. He faced off against Kyle Fletcher when All Out was in Toronto. And it did show that Kyle Fletcher can hang with the big boys and that he's ready. And I think this is something Kenny Omega is going to do with Kevin Knight, where you want to make sure that you're ready, but also giving you a slice of humble pie. It's kind of crazy that I'm seeing Kevin Knight wrestle, and his woman Mara Sade is competing for the Knockouts TV title, and I'm going to see her live this week on TNA. It's kind of crazy, but I'm excited. And it's hard to believe we're at the main event. I gave you guys so much excitement. I don't think I'm doing a post show. I pretty much went through all the matches per se. But like I said, we have 2 new champions in the women's division that have the keys. We have 3 matches down to All In Wembley Stadium. Get a pick for me. I will, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have 3 matches set for All In Wembley Stadium. Well, we're going to find out who's going to face Ospreay. But we now know it's going to be Willow versus Mercedes at All In Wembley Stadium. We know Edge and Christian are going to face off against the Young Bucks. Which it wasn't the case, but that's just me. I mean, I'm going to go for Edge and Christian no matter what. But so far, we have 3 matches on the card. Who knows what else we have on deck? But the road to Wembley Stadium is going to get a lot more interesting. Ooh, nice moves all by Kenny, but countered by Kevin Knight. It's just crazy. It's crazy with Kenny. Even when he had a rupture lower abdomen issue, it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, which is insane. It is insane right now. All right, let me jump on the live. Because I found out when it buffers a little bit. When I found out it buffers a little bit, I have to change it to live. So I'm on the live part right now. That's the sucky part about it. When because I'm not complaining, I have it on HBO Max, but it can be so frustrating. Especially when it buffers. Knows how to book. Well, that is true. They know how to book pay-per-views. Not gonna knock them there. It's just it's just the one thing I wish they would give equal time to the ladies. Because if you can give Mercedes 20-minute matches on the pay-per-views, you can give some of the ladies 20-minute matches on the card. Unless, like, some people have this fear that the women can outperform the men, which actually can be true. I feel like this is a good opportunity for Kevin to show himself. Jump to the live. That's what I've been planning to do. I just jumped onto the live one with HBO Max because, of course, I have a little bit of buffering issues, but that works on anything. Exactly. That's what I think. I think they know the women. A lot of these women can go. They just don't want to pull the trigger. Or, I don't know, maybe there's some trust issues there. I have no idea. But that's why we have Women's Wrestling Talk, because we want to support the women of AEW. We want to know that they can do it. Damn, look at Kevin Knight. Let me see. What's Kenny going to do here? Well, shout out to Old Unlimited Production 1. It was a really good pay-per-view so far. Make sure to check out the replay because it was really fun. We started at 7. I know, Jeffrey. He should give me conversation, but I don't know what it is. I'm trying to jump to the live. Because for some odd reason, when I hit live, it just freezes. So I'm trying to... Let me see if I can get back in it again. I'm going to see if I can go back on live. Let me see if I can go back on live. Because of course it has to do this to me in the last couple minutes. Here we go. There's Kitty. I may be a little bit behind only because, like, even when I hit the live button, it still buffers a bit. So it does. I know people are watching this on the internet. You would think with HBO, you think with people with HBO Max, there is a buffering issues in between, but I guess it happens everywhere. Because I remember the first time I ordered from HBO Max. It was All Out Toronto, and there was so much buffering issues, which I understand it's the first one to do. Nothing's perfect or anything, but it happened. I think when I ordered the second time, it was okay. Man, Kevin Knight looks like he's bleeding from the mouth. So I may be a little bit behind, but I feel like anytime I hit the live button, it always... Kenny Omega's giving him a slice of humble pie. He's telling the crowd to be quiet. And yes, Jeffrey, maybe Boss Man can give me compensation. I wouldn't say there's so much Unlimited Productions. It's just usually it happens a little bit here and there. Yeah, and you know, Jeffrey, it's crazy because when I watch on the TNA Plus app, I never had issues when it comes to pay-per-views. I never had that kind of issue. And I think one time when I was watching Dynamite on HBO Max, let me see if I can jump live. Go. And also with the fact, too, I think a lot of people are watching this on HBO Max. Because I think out of all the things, it's kind of HBO's a problem. I think so, too. And I think because, I think with the fact, too, a lot of people do watch on HBO Max because the lowest rate of any pay-per-view for AEW is $39.99. So that's why a lot of people do watch it on HBO Max. I kind of noticed that too, because I don't think anybody wants to spend $50 on Amazon Prime or even on pay-per-views. And that's what people do the other way. But I'm just happy I do have HBO Max and I don't have to deal with nonsense. So I may be a little bit behind, but that's okay. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Unlimited Productions. I think people are now starting to watch it. And especially if you have an account on HBO Max like me, because it's included on my cable. Give me free. I know, right? Well, the only reason I have HBO Max is because it's included in my cable plan. So I'm happy that it's included. It's just the sucky part about it is paying for the pay-per-views. I feel like they need to do like a bundle for subscribers if they want to watch wrestling. Like, hey, you could watch these matches for $10.99 and see how it is, you know? I know. I think I'm a little bit behind. Because even if I press the live button, it's going to buffer anyway. So I was like, I might as well. But I do appreciate it. But like I said, please don't give me any spoilers for the main event. Yes, they do. I do like HBO Max because they do got some good shows on there. They got some good shows, good movies, good documentaries. Also some cartoons that I have when I was a kid.
So that's why I keep it, because it's included in my cable package, and it's free, by the way. That's how it is with ESPN app, because since I have cable, I can watch WWE PLEs for free. So it's not really that bad. And also, by the way, too, if you have trouble and you're spending way too much on streaming, make sure to check out the NordVPN. We have it on WWT here, so you can watch it with no ease. You can watch Raw, you can watch SmackDown, you can watch Dynamite. You can watch Raw, you can watch SmackDown, Dynamite, Collision, TNA, all the PLEs of WWE. Get the NordVPN. It's a really cool tool to have. Yes, Unlimited Productions. I had to do research on it, because when I first heard about ESPN and when I found out if you had a cable provider, you could watch the ESPN for free. That's why with the WWE PLEs, I could watch them for free with my cable. So I'm not complaining. It's just like, I'll watch them. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit behind, only because even when I press the live button, it's still going to buffer. So I'm on the part where Kenny Omega is about to be on the top rope. Like I said, I do love his purple wrestling tights. They are so cool. Because I have seen him wear a lot of purple lately. And I'm not mad of a man that wears a lot of purple. And I'm happy they're giving them a lot of time between Kenny and Kevin Knight. But I think this is really going to prove to Kevin, because even though he had a match against Darby, he had a match against FGF, I feel like with Kenny, since Kenny's been around since the beginning of AEW, this is really going to be interesting. And also giving Kevin a slice of humble pie. Chop on the neck. It's giving Purple Rain. I know, right? It's giving Purple Rain of Kenny. I wouldn't be shocked if he was a fan of Prince. I would not be shocked. If I asked him a question about like Prince or Purple, I'm pretty sure he'd be a fan of Prince, which would be really cool. And I do like you said, I do like the push that they're doing for Kevin Knight, because they're trying to find pillars for the future, and Kevin Knight is one of them. It's really going to be a test on Kenny hang with the big boys. Kenny hang. It's kind of like the same thing with Kyle Fletcher. Let's see. All right, I pressed the go to live button. So I see Kevin Knight on the floor. I have to show the replay of that, because okay. Oh, I did see the move. Oh my god, that's insanity. Damn, he kicked him in the face. Woo! Kenny's putting a life lesson on him. Yes, I did see the top move. That was insanity. Respect your yep, you gotta respect the elders. But also, it's like I said, it's a good opportunity for Kevin to learn from the big boys. Can he be a player, main event player, mainstay for AEW? And I think he can. And crap, this is the same move he did to Darby Allin on Wednesday on Dynamite. And you know Darby Allin is pissed. Coast to coast. He hit the exact move on Darby Allin. That'd be funny if Darby Allin just came out of nowhere. Because Darby still has a beef with Kevin. That'd be hilarious. That'd be funny if Darby came out of nowhere. Wait, why is he holding the 2 belts? Well, referees. Oh, poor referee Bryce. What did he do? He threw the belt, and AEW title belt. Ooh, he was trying to do the same thing he did to Darby Allin, but Kenny was like, "You're not going to do it on me." And he hit Kenny with that TNT. Damn, are we going to really? No way. Quick kick out by Kenny. I was like, I don't think people. No, I don't think people want to see Kevin Knight versus Ospreay. Not right now, especially in the different paths that they're in. I know one of them was a decoy. Not right now, because they're both in different paths. Ooh, Kenny with the knees. Kenny's hopping on one leg. Is he going to do the one-winged angel? Ooh, nice counter by Kevin. Uppercut. Irish whip. And knee to the face. Yeah, I was like, Kenny's not going to lose that way. Especially with the fact you're in his home country. And he's Canadian, too. He's beloved in Canada. 3, and your winner, and still AEW World Champion, Kenny Omega. There was no way Kenny was not going to lose in his home country. There was no way he was going to lose. But congratulations to Kenny retaining the AEW World title. Now, we have 3 matches official for All In Wembley Stadium. We have Kenny versus Ospreay, Willow versus Mercedes for the AEW Women's title, and we have Edge and Christian taking on the Young Bucks for the AEW Tag Team title so far. Yeah, we know the top 3. Yeah, you did get grounded. And that's true. Even though we're set with 3, we still have a long way to go to August. And a lot of stuff can happen between now and the end of August. Obviously, of course, we have Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor. So it's going to be very interesting on how this is going to play out. Well, oh man, I kind of knew this was going to happen with the Death Fighters because they came out earlier. They attacked Edge and Christian. Well, actually, Jeffrey, to be fair, the only night that they had was when Kyle Fletcher retained the belt. But we knew Kyle. And it's bad enough with the Death Riders because we saw them attack Edge and Christian. We saw them attack Jay White and the Bang Bang Gang. And we see Jon Moxley and Marina Shafir. Well, here come the Young Bucks trying to help their friends. They're trying to help. And I have my theory because I said Hangman could be the one to take over the AEW Continental Championship. But damn, they're taking away. They threw away the Young Bucks. God, they just threw them away like garbage. They just threw the Young Bucks like garbage. They really want to attack Kenny right before. They really want to attack. Oh, Lordy. And this is the same move that they did to Will Ospreay. I meant not Will Ospreay. Bryan Danielson, by the way. That's the same move they did to Danielson. Well, I know Hangman, he can't challenge for the AEW World title no more. But he can challenge for the Continental Championship. Well, there's Will Ospreay. And I know he's friends with Kenny Omega. I'm like, that. Look, I had to deal with Danielson. I just can't deal with Kenny. And I think because Kenny's more respected, man, I wish Hangman. Man, I feel so bad with Hangman. I know, because him and Kenny are friends. Yeah, I was like, they did the same thing to Bryan Danielson. You know, it's funny because I don't know. I think they are going to do it. And you know what's funny? I did say, and Will Ospreay made sure with Kenny, man, he hit that steel chair. He doesn't want anybody hurting Kenny. He made sure they were not going to hurt Kenny. It's bad enough they did it to Danielson and Darby. It's a shame. Well, it kind of sucks because, like I said, the only person I could see beating John for the Continental Championship is Hangman. But I know Hangman has a side quest he has to do. Is he going to do it? Is he going to hurt Kenny? It's just funny how the Death Riders attacked everyone tonight. They attacked Edge Christian. They attacked the Bang Bang Gang. Is he going to attack? And I did say Will needs to watch his back between now and Wembley because you don't know what's going to happen. Heck, Will Ospreay protected Kenny Omega more than the Young Bucks. What does that tell you? Even though they're called the Elite, what does that tell you? Oh my goodness. Does he have that plastic bag? He's going to do the same thing to Danielson. And I think he did almost the same thing to Darby. He almost did the same thing to Darby. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it again? And life coach. It would be a good opportunity for Swerve to come out because I know Swerve and Kenny have a lot of respect. I know for damn sure MJF ain't. And you know what's funny? Swerve said this a couple weeks ago, right before their match at Forbidden Door. He told Will that he changed. He's not to Kenny. It's bad enough he did it to Danielson, but he did it to freaking Kenny? This is where Hangman should be. Well, Ospreay, he's ripping the bag because I'm like, he can't do it to Kenny. Because that's the same way they did it to Danielson. Well, damn. It was only a matter of time. Damn, it was only a matter of time. See? Will Ospreay threw away Marina, threw away everyone from the Death Riders. Ooh, give the hidden blade. Shit. It's going to be very interesting how this is going to play out. Because I said either John's going to get kicked out, or I said Will needs to be prepared to hide his back. It's going to be very interesting how the road to Wembley is going to look like. Because he cleaned out. Damn. And he threw Marina out the ring. He's lucky. I'm going to tell you something, Will. He's lucky that Alex Windsor wasn't there. Because I don't want Alex Windsor to be involved. I want her and Jimmy Hayter to focus on the Brawling Birds. But I'm going to tell you something. If the Death Riders put a threat to my girl, Alex Windsor, all bets are off. All bets are completely off. That's like an end game right there. Well, it's gonna be interesting because it was like, well, while I don't think he was in the Death Riders, I think just to train him and trying to turn his back, especially with Kenny. Yeah. You could tell. I think out of all the people he did not want to do it, he did not want to do it to Kenny. Because I feel like Kenny has so much respect. That would just be crazy, especially with Danielson. I'm very curious how Swerve story is going to look like. You know what's really sad? Will Ospreay defended Kenny Omega more than the Young Bucks did. And that tells you something. They just threw the Young Bucks like garbage. Well, they shook hands. But now we have 3 matches official for Wembley Stadium. And it's funny, I kept saying Will Ospreay is going to be AEW World Champion. But I said even if he wins, he has to watch his back. I did put a bold prediction by the end of the year. Jon Moxley was going to be kicked out by the Death Riders. I think, and plus it's Kenny's home country. It's Kenny's home country. I don't think they're going to make him do it in Canada. But it's official, ladies and gentlemen. It's the main event. Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay. That is the main event for All In Wembley Stadium. Good guys, great. Well, kind of. Similar to Punk and Cody Bo. Oh. I guess Kenny hasn't forgotten. One Winged Angel. Well, I guess Kenny had to get the last word in. Kenny had to get the last word in. I guess Kenny was pissed off saying, "What were you thinking? What were you thinking?" I guess that ended too soon. Kenny was like, "What were you thinking?" Well, here come the Young Bucks. What are the Young Bucks doing? You should have put the plastic bag on Kenny. Oh, boy. Well, it's going to be very interesting when Wembley hits. Well, here comes the Elite. Sort of the Elite. But, like I said, with the Young Bucks face off against Edge and Christian, you better be very, very careful with them. Because they can flip a 360 just like that. But is Kenny really going to speak? I guess they're going to post it on socials anyway. But that pretty much wraps up AEW Redemption. That pretty much wraps it up. Well, what's Kenny doing? I think Kenny wants the mic, but I think they're going to move it over to socials because I think Kenny wants the microphone. Does he want a microphone? Oh, no, he's talking to Dr. Sampson, so. Yes, exactly, Jeffrey, because it's like you saw what happened with Danielson and poor Darby. Darby was like helpless. They held them captive. But yep, Media Scrum is next, and I think their match
it's getting a little bit personal, and there's going to be a lot of bumps in the road, a lot of hurdles in between. But that's how you end AEW Redemption, and we ended right before midnight. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. We ended right before midnight, folks. Give ourselves a round of applause. We ended right before midnight. I pretty much gave you a post show because throughout the night there was just so much excitement. Obviously, match of the night for me was Kyle Fletcher, Bandido. That match really stole it. Obviously, the biggest shocker was Maya World. Well, actually, the biggest shocker was Maya World beating Hikaru Shida on her birthday as the new TBS champion. We also have Willow. Yeah, 9 times out of 10. Make it 7 p.m. I know, right? 7 o'clock we started. Now we end right before midnight. But yes, both. Well, actually, Willow, we kind of knew it was going to happen. But it was so awesome. And Willow did it. She's the first woman from AEW in the women's division to be Triple Crown champion. That is huge. You cannot take that away from her. And I don't care what anybody says on our panel. You could walk about Mercedes. You can put her on a pedestal all you want, but you can't take anything away from what Willow has done, and especially the women in that division before she got there, because they accomplished a lot. And I will put you in check, because that's the one thing I won't do. Yes, I hope they do, because like I said, I will defend the AEW women's division because they have accomplished so much even before Mercedes got there. So I will defend the rest of the division and make sure that they did it. But yeah, we did have new champions. We also have Andrade. Andrade is the new AEW national champion. So congratulations to him. Edge and Christian retained. Yeah, that's the question, is where, well, it's going to be very interesting where the Sisters of Sin go here, because we saw Sky Blue come out, not Julia Hart. Obviously, of course, Harley Cameron's out with an injury. I hope Chris Statlander's okay and doing her own thing, but like I said, Willow's going to need some help. She's going to need some birds that can brawl and not take crap from anybody. And yes, Julia Hart is in the 5-star Grand Prix for Stardom. I forgot about that. But it was an overall solid pay-per-view. Inaugural year for Redemption. I was very happy to see it fly out. I hope they do Redemption in Canada, because it was nice that they do it in Montreal. Obviously, of course, during the buy-in, they did tribute to the Roju family dynasty. I did miss that, but I definitely want to take a watch replay of it. It was a really great solid pay-per-view to get you ready for All In, Wembley Stadium, everything all around. It was worth Actually, I paid $39.99, so it was well worth it. It was well worth paying $39.99. But I want to thank everybody for joining me, for being in the chat. You guys are definitely great. Like I said, I know everybody doesn't watch AEW on a weekly basis, but they do have some good stuff. Yes, they got to work out a few things, but they're getting there. And they need to start at 7 p.m. a lot more often, because that was pretty fun. And got out right before midnight. That's even better. So shout out to everybody in the chat for joining. Boza, Jeffrey, Eddie Foster, my sister Honey for popping in for a little bit. Unlimited Production 1. I want to make sure I don't forget everybody, because there was a lot of people in the chat. CJ Harris 3880, Maria, Jeff Metterling for joining in the chat. It was a fun one. It ain't worth the buck. Well, it's not. It is worth it. It is worth it. I mean, look, buffering's gonna happen, but hey, I still get to watch it, and I get to watch our replay as well. So, but it was a solid pay-per-view. I'm not gonna watch the replay of Tommaso and Jericho, because I can handle some gruesomeness, but not that much. But thank you all for joining with me. You guys know where to find me. on my socials at CourtneyNJ11. I will be posting up a recap tomorrow, highlighting NWA in Philly on Saturday. So I'll be writing it up tomorrow. Also, I'll be doing some editing for interviews this week from NWA with Tiffany Nieves. She's the reigning NWA Women's World Champion, and also Giselle Shaw, who's been killing it in NWA and MLP. Amazing. But also, I will not be on WWT tomorrow. But I'll be back on WWT on Wednesday to give the full view of Redemption. We are going to have Timeless Elite Wednesday for Dynamite. I'm not going to do a watch on for TNA only because I will be there in person for both Thursday and Friday since it's coming to Philadelphia. So I'll be doing coverage on that and very excited to attend in person live. So I'm very, very excited. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening. You know where to find me. Shout out to everybody from WWT. We are trying to do amazing things to make the network great, always finding ideas, but we could have done it with all of you. And I am saying bid adieu and good night, bang, as I'm signing off from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And thank you all for supporting Women's Wrestling Talk, the number one women's wrestling network on the planet. I bid you adieu. Good night, and good night, bang.
Thanks for joining WWT. Don't forget to like us on all social media platforms at WW Talk Pod. Like and subscribe on all video and audio platforms, like yesterday, my G. And check out our website at www.talkpod.com. Thanks for watching Women's Wrestling Talk, the number one women's wrestling network on the planet.